En audio.
Test, test. Ένα, δύο, τεστ, τεστ. Εντάξει. İhalin geldi.
Y nos dio.
Should we sit like yesterday, Morris?
Yeah, yeah. Auf die Seite, wo man nicht im Video ist, weil ich auch mal wieder aufstehen muss. Ja. I'm sorry, but yes, there's one person online and it shows she's on one that. I mean, I need it to be. There's one who's online to check something that we need to finish the whole thing. So, no, I remember it's working further and then there's still an hours. Right. Yeah. I think it's my it's sort of an introduction of the 12 activities that on the site. And we'll have okay, so that's what I am.
Okay, hello everyone. I think it's about time we get started, the second day of the conference. We have a full day ahead of us and we need to finish by a certain time, so it's better we get started.
We need to tell them that.
Is there somebody outside still? Thank you. This is my best side. Okay, perfect. Let's make another try at starting then. So, dear in-person participants, dear online participants, welcome to the second day of the European Gender Budgeting Conference under the theme Invest in What Matters. So, my name is Anna Elomäki, and I will moderate this first keynote and plenary session today. Many of you know me from yesterday, so I'm academic research fellow at Tampere University, Finland, and a feminist political economist and EU scholar. So yesterday we spoke about gender budgeting in the next EU long-term budget, and today we will keep the EU budget in mind, but we are also going to talk more about gender budgeting in general, as well as discuss different national experiences and ways forward, also beyond the EU level. And the topic of today's first session is transformativeness. What does it mean for gender budgeting to be transformative? So many international institutions and governments are committed to gender budgeting and implement it, but the question remains if this is really transforming the budgets and bringing the kind of gender equality outcomes on the ground that we would want to see. And this was also one of the themes that we discussed yesterday in terms of the EU budget. So gender expenditure tracking, these horizontal requirements, it's appealing, but what is finally then achieved with it? How does it change the way the EU spends its money? Is it just reporting? So luckily, we have here today the right expert for you and for us to answer these tricky questions. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Diane Elson. As all of us in gender budgeting circles know Diane already, there's little that I can say about her that we would not already know. So Diane is Emeritus Professor at the University of Essex, a feminist economist, and a member of the Policy Advisory Group of UK Women's Budget Group. And as we well know, Diane is also one of the pioneers of gender budgeting and feminist analysis of economic policies. And many of us have been inspired by Diane at some point of our professional and academic careers. And many of us have had the chance to benefit of her generosity and the help that she offers for the whole gender budgeting community. And so have I personally. So academically, Diane's texts inspired me to move from researching gender equality policies to researching economic policies. And we have also relied on Diane's help in Finland when we have tried to improve the gender budgeting practices in Finland. So Diane came to Finland, charmed a room full of economists and Ministry of Finance people, and also convinced the Finnish press that gender budgeting is something they're talking about. So today, Diane is going to inspire us with her talk entitled Transformative Gender Budgeting for Gender Justice and People's Well-Being. So please, Diane, I will give you the floor.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm very pleased to be here. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I want to thank all of you for the knowledge I gained yesterday about these new proposals for how the EU budget is going to be organized going forward, about which I was totally ignorant. So yesterday was a great learning experience for me. And I was given this title by conference organizers, which I'll try to address, but I'll also try to link in to some of the issues that were raised yesterday. I took some key words from what people said yesterday. Budgets are choices we got. And then we need adequate budget allowance to realize the gender equality objectives. We need impact indicators. We need provision for necessary adjustments. We need investment for future generations. We need the steering and redirection of money. The problem is it looks like we're going to get a scorecard without euros, is something I heard yesterday. And that competitiveness and security are now seen as the dominant objectives. So I'm trying to bear those points in mind as I present to you the slides I prepared earlier, not quite knowing what you were going to be saying yesterday. So, as we know, more governments than ever before claim to use gender budgeting, and international organizations like OECD, EU, IMF, and World Bank, as well as organizations like UN Women, promote gender budgeting. But many governments focus primarily on allocations explicitly targeted to women or gender equality, seeking to tag them in public financial management systems. And we had some discussion yesterday of these scoring systems and the pros and cons of them. Most governments do not follow the money from inputs of finance to the activities they finance, to the outputs that are produced, and to the impacts on the objectives, say, for gender equality. Austria, I think, is an exception to this. And we heard yesterday about Austria is a government that tries to follow through to all these stages of the budget cycle. And the other thing is that most governments do not include taxation or the macroeconomic dimensions of the budget. There's a focus on expenditure without looking at the revenue side of the budget. And when we were looking at the EU budget proposals for the future yesterday, well, I could see why aren't we looking at the revenue side? Okay, it's because there's a system for determining what member contributions are, and then that's taken for granted, and then you figure out how to spend it. Well, maybe that shouldn't be taken for granted. Maybe that's also a question to be considered. But certainly at the national level and at the regional or city level, there are issues of revenue raising that we also need to take into account. So I'm not going to go through all this table, but Sherry Nicole is not here from the OECD, but this is a table that's been produced out of the monitoring work that the OECD has been doing, very useful monitoring work. And it looks at the use of gender budgeting tools across the budget cycle in OECD countries that do say they implement gender budgeting measures. I just wanted to indicate the range of tools that are considered in this table. First, there's planning and approval. There's the gender dimension in performance setting. There's the ex-ante gender impact assessment of budget measures. There's gender budget tagging. All of these are in the planning and approval stage. Then in the approval stage, maybe there's a gender impact assessment of the budget and an incidence analysis that looks at the distribution of the tax and the spending measures for different groups. And maybe there's an ex post gender impact assessment of the budget measures. And maybe in countries that conduct spending reviews to cover a longer period, like a 3 to 5 year period, they might also have a gender dimension to those. These slides are going to be put on the website, so you can look at this at your leisure, but Austria does well on all of these, but it doesn't do budget tagging according to the OECD. It does most of these other things. And I think for me, this is a signal that we have to look at all these other things and not just the tagging. The question that I was asked to address was, does gender budgeting transform budgets? And my worry is that the current best practice tools, all these kind of things that were listed at the top of the last slide, they're good for transparency and accountability, but they don't focus so much on change. And so we're interested not only in monitoring how the budgets are, and exercising accountability, we're interested in changing the budget so that they better realize gender equality objectives. So I think transformative approaches don't have to start from the money, they have to start from what we want to see as impacts. The identification of the key shortfalls in gender equality and well-being, and assessment of the required investments. And I do think we need to be concrete there. What aspects of gender inequality do we want to reduce? Which aspects of well-being, particularly those who have a shortfall in well-being, like marginalized women, which aspects of well-being do we want to improve? So I think the more concrete we can be, the more convincing we can be, and also the easier it is to identify what we need to do to get there. I was talking yesterday at the cocktail with someone, and we're talking about needs assessments and where do needs assessments come in. And I think a transformative budgeting really needs to start with a needs assessment, and then how we're going to address those needs. Well, usually I think it means we need enhanced inputs. We need more budget allocations for these things that will realize the objectives we've identified. We need improved activities. We don't just need more money. We need improved systems of public services, of physical infrastructure, of social security. We need expanded outputs, so more care, more education, more transport services, for instance. And we also need extended fiscal space, that should read. I see there's an S missing from the slide. Extended fiscal space to provide more finance. This concept of fiscal space is what economists use to talk about the issue of how do you mobilize the finance for the investments that you want to see? So usually we have to think about extending the fiscal space in various ways. Now I want to talk first, then go through this, talk about the enhanced inputs. Enhanced inputs, more money, but more money for what, and more money of what kind? And here there's a barrier we face in the way that national income accounting systems and budget accounting systems differentiate between consumption and investment. Conventional approaches to budgeting distinguish current expenditure, consumption, and capital expenditure, investment. And many budgeting systems, they will present, here is the current budget, here is the capital budget. And there's a barrier there that creates for the kind of investments we would like to see. Building a new hospital, school, road, or wind farm counts as investment. Operating these facilities, employing staff, and purchasing day-to-day inputs counts as consumption, often called day-to-day spending. And the problem is that fiscal rules that govern the budget as a whole typically allow borrowing for investment, but not for day-to-day spending. And current expenditure is supposed to be covered by tax revenue. I go into that in more detail in the paper I cite there. And at the end of the slides, there's a list of all the sources I've cited that people can follow up if they want to ask further questions. So we are faced with this barrier. If we want to invest more money in things like care systems, then we're allowed to borrow for building a new nursery or a new clinic, but we're not allowed to borrow for employing the staff that run those. At the limit, we could be building new buildings and not having the staff to run them. And there are occasions when this has definitely happened. So what are feminist economists doing to challenge that? They've come up with the idea that we have to invest in social infrastructure. They've recategorized public services such as education, health, care for the elderly, childcare, and all of these systems that are so important for gender equality. They've categorized them as social infrastructure, including not only the buildings, but also the operating costs. And that choice of the term social infrastructure is very deliberate. because there's a lot of discussion about physical infrastructure and the way we need to invest in physical infrastructure for our economies to be competitive, for instance. And that's seen as bricks and mortar and concrete, the bridges, the electricity systems, and so forth. And that's treated differently from the public services. So we wanted to argue that actually they're quite similar in their economic effects, and that we should recategorize spending on public services as investment in social infrastructure. And like public spending on physical infrastructure, public spending on social infrastructure produces spillover benefits to the economy and the society as a whole, with streams of returns accruing over many years. Yes, if there's a new improvement in the childcare system, and more children can access that childcare, those children benefit, and the parents of those children, particularly the mothers, benefit. But the benefits aren't confined to them, and they aren't confined just to that year when the child is attending the nursery. The benefits spill over because you, for instance, have more women able to participate in the economy and also to participate in public life, to stand for elected office, for instance. You also have children who are better prepared for school and who are going to get better results from their education. And that will spill over all their lives in enhanced earnings, but it will also spill over to the whole economy because there'll be a pool of more productive labor for firms to employ. There'll be more productive colleagues that you can work with in your teams. And these returns will accrue over many years. And in fact, quite conventional economic analysis has done this for early years education. And there are reams and reams of studies about what the economic returns to this are. They haven't done it for really early childcare, nor for care for frail elderly, care for people with disabilities. They haven't really done it for improved health systems. So we've got something to build on there, but we need to take it further. So investment in the social infrastructure, just as in the physical infrastructure, incentivizes private investment by lowering costs across the whole economy. This is where I think there's a point of entry into this competitiveness theme that seems to be quite a dominant theme now from what I heard yesterday, in terms of how investment in things that are good for gender equality can also improve the competitiveness of the economy. And you might want to think about how you can develop that argument further for the particular spending on competitiveness that's proposed. You might be able to say, oh, well, but there's other forms of spending that will also improve competitiveness and at the same time help realize gender equality objectives. And this may be a way of talking to the economists about these issues in language they can understand. And there has been quite a lot of work by feminist economists quantifying the returns to social infrastructure. And if I were going into the meeting at the Ministry of Finance with the economists, I would be armed with all of these quantitative results, but I won't present them all to you here. Conventional economic modeling does not capture most of the returns to investment in social infrastructure. But feminist economists have modeled these returns for a number of countries. And they've shown how investment in early years education, for instance, creates jobs, generates tax revenue because people who get the jobs will then pay tax. It supports women to enter labor markets. It increases the capabilities of children and increases their future productivity. UN Women supported a series of studies of this for South Africa, Turkey, and Uruguay. There's a study assessing this for the UK by a team of Turkish and Greek economists who work in London. And the ILO has done quite a lot of work on this, I haven't listed them all, but it would be interesting to see if we can put together a list for all our EU accession countries, countries like the UK and Iceland, not formally part of the UK, but part of Europe, and see if we can have a resource that lists all these studies, that maybe identifies countries for which a study hasn't been done, and think of how we can encourage young women economists, for instance, to do some of these kinds of studies for their research. Because I've found that those kind of numbers help the conversation. Some conversations you need personal testimony, you need case studies, you need women to be saying, this is how it's affecting my life, or these are the gaps in what I need. But for other conversations, it's helpful to have some quantitative analysis and speak this language of economists about returns to investment. But as well as mobilizing more resources for investment and calling all of this investment, because investment is always seen as good, whereas current consumption is not seen as quite so good. We also want this money, this investment, to finance improved activities. We want the delivery of public services, in particular, to be improved. Now, of course, conventional economics also wants the delivery of public services to be improved, but it approaches that in terms of concepts like efficiency and productivity, usually specified in terms of the reduction of unit financial costs. If the cost per patient in a hospital falls in financial terms, that's seen as an increase in the productivity and efficiency of the hospital. If more children are cared for at the same time by one nursery teacher, that would reduce the cost per child, and that would be seen as an improvement in productivity and efficiency. But I think feminist economists have questioned this and said you have to go beyond financial costs. You have to look at quality, for instance. If more children are being cared for or taught by one teacher, what does that do to the quality? What does that do to the quality of the care and the teaching that that child gets? You have to look at quality. Similarly, with the hospital efficiency, yes, this will reduce the financial costs for the hospital, but what about the spillover of non-financial costs onto people, particularly women, caring in the community? Nowadays, there's so much day surgery. You go into hospital in the morning, you come out in the evening, but they will say to you, you must have somebody to fetch you from the hospital. You must have somebody to stay at home with you for the next 3 days. And of course, who does that cost fall on? It doesn't show up in the accounts of the hospital or the budgets of the local authority, but it shows up in the time accounts and the stress of the people who have to do this care. And of course, it has spillover effects onto the paid economy as people have to take time off work, women in particular, to carry out this care that's no longer carried out in the hospital. So whenever I see the term efficiency, productivity, and cost reduction, I always want to ask all these questions about, is there a transfer of costs going on here? Is quality being sacrificed? And not only quality for the users of the services, but quality for the workers providing the services. Because very often these measures that are introduced to reduce the unit financial costs are measures that put more pressure on workers. Cleaners in hospitals being told you've got to clean more rooms, more wards in an hour than you did before. You do it faster. Outsourcing, and I'm going to come on to that, so that instead of staff employed by the school or the hospital, it's outsourced to a private sector firm that supplies often these ancillary workers, like cleaners, at much lower rates. than they would get pay than they would get if they were employed in the public sector at much worse terms and conditions in terms of job security. So yeah, that reduces the unit costs of provision of the service, but the quality of the employment it creates is reduced. So I think we should always see these terms like efficiency, productivity, and cost reduction as kind of red flags and ask all these questions about them. And then we can often point out it's not so efficient after all. It's a reduction in quality for both the user and the provider of the service. And this has been exacerbated by the tendency in so many countries to outsource public services to the private sector. Something that's not immediately revealed if you look at the budget statements, because the budget statements tell you how much money has been allocated or is being spent on these different public services. They don't tell you who's providing it. And certainly in some countries, like the UK, this money is used to outsource the services. The money goes to the local authority, but then the local authority commissions a private company to provide these services. So money immediately goes out to the private sector. And some of these private sector companies have no expertise whatsoever in the provision of the service. What they're expert in is financial engineering. They are hedge funds. They are international financial companies, very skilled in extracting a profit from these companies, very skilled in loading these services with debt, very skilled in saying, oh, they can't cover the costs anymore and the government must bail them out, but not really very skilled in providing a high quality service. So I think we have to be conscious of this problem of the outsourcing of the public services and also ask questions about who is actually providing these services. So we need investment that improves the conditions for both users and for employees. And a couple of examples in the sources at the end. One is a study for the UK by Bayliss and Gideon. And there's also a more recent example of Germany, of this kind of outsourcing in aspects of the health system in Germany by Birgitta Young. And again, it would be interesting to have an inventory of how far this is going on across European countries and what studies there are for different European countries of this outsourcing. That's the kind of transformation that's been going on of budgets, not quite the kind of transformation I would wish to see. Expanded outputs. Yes, we've got the investment. Yes, we've got even perhaps a public service staffed by public employees providing it. But yes, we've expanded what they're producing, but the provision itself has to be designed with gender and other inequalities in mind. And the example I've got here is one that I read just a couple of weeks ago in this new newsletter for the Gender Budget Watchdog Network for the Western Balkans and Moldova. Congratulations to everybody in that region for this initiative, which is really useful, I think. So they've done a study of transport, and then they looked at affordability and access. Public transport is often the only affordable option for women, yet routes are limited and unreliable, especially in rural areas. Responsiveness to care responsibilities. Women's unpaid care work necessitates complex, multi-stop journeys, currently poorly served. And safety and security. Women report feeling unsafe walking or using public transport at night due to harassment, poor lighting, and unstaffed stations. Unstaffed stations are usually seen as an improvement in efficiency and productivity and a reduction of costs, and you can get your tickets from the machine. But unstaffed stations also, especially at night, have this implication for the safety of, particularly of women using the system. So this report that was featured in the Gender Budget Watchdog Network newsletter really highlighted that investment in transport, we don't just need more transport, we need transport that's designed to address these issues that are particularly important for women, and especially low-income women. We also need to extend the fiscal space. So we've thought about the objectives. What are the ultimate impacts we want to see? We thought about what inputs of money. We thought about what activities. We thought about what outputs we want to see. But if you go to the Ministry of Finance talking about any of these issues, they'll tell you there's no money. So then you also have to have some answer about, well, is there no money? And the concept of fiscal space is helpful, I think, for thinking about that. So the fiscal space can be created so that you can finance many, many desirable investments. The first one you think about is reallocation from other categories of spending. I was very struck by the slide we had yesterday in your presentation, your opening presentation, which showed the new proposals for the EU budget, and how if you reallocated a little bit from the defence and a little bit from the competitiveness, you would have this pot of money to invest in services for violence against women. And I think that was a really, really useful slide. And I think that's the kind of analysis we need to do more of, because they'll always tell us there's no money. And then you have to say, yeah, but there is money, but you're allocating it in these ways. And we want you to stop allocating it that way and transferring it into these other activities. And what's more, isn't violence against women a security issue as well as violence against the nation? And try and get them to think in those terms as well. But there'll probably be a limit to what you can do by reallocation from other spending. So you also then have to raise the issue of revenue from taxation. And revenue from taxation is automatically increased by investment in social infrastructure because it creates jobs and people with those jobs pay more taxes. But it's not usually enough. It won't self-finance those investments. You have to mobilize a bit more from somewhere else, and taxation is important for that. And grants from other governments or international organizations. We had that discussion yesterday afternoon of the global EU. Less grants these days and more conditional loans, but for many governments, that's a source. But also borrowing by selling bonds in financial markets and obtaining loans from private and public financial institutions. So I'll just say a little bit more about taxation and borrowing as ways of expanding the fiscal space. So taxation. Indirect taxes, such as VAT on everyday necessities, are regressive in the sense that they take a bigger proportion of the incomes of poor women than of rich men. But they are taxes that raise a lot of revenue, and they're relatively easy to administer. So they have to play a role in every portfolio of taxation. And I'm always struck how in Scandinavia, the VAT rates, seem to the rest of us very high, but then the public service provision in Scandinavia is very good. And I think there's a link between the two. So VAT, yes, but it has to be counterbalanced with the spending on public services that will benefit those who are paying the VAT. The direct taxes on incomes, profit, and wealth can be designed in ways that are progressive, so that the better off pay a bigger share of their income and their profits and on their wealth, and in ways that do not create disincentives for women's labour force participation. In fact, economists have long looked at this issue of how income tax systems can create disincentives for women's labour force participation. And many countries have moved to correct that. But we've still got this problem of the rich not paying fair share of the taxes. And tax breaks is another issue. Tax breaks, tax expenditures in the technical jargon, tax breaks tend to provide windfall gains in the sense that they're introduced to kind of incentivize people to do things, but it turns out those people would have already done those things without the tax break. So they're windfall gains, and they mainly go to better off men. So I think it's always useful to look through all the tax breaks in any country's system, identify how much money is the government losing because of these tax breaks, and think of arguments for abolishing these tax breaks. Canada is very good at producing in its budget documents a table that identifies all of these tax breaks and what they cost. And that, of course, then makes it easier to think who's benefiting and should we have them. So I do think we need to include in our repertoire of work on gender budgeting national assessments of taxation from a gender equality perspective, focusing on how to raise more revenue through progressive gender equitable taxation. The Women's Budget Group, Sue Himmer-White and Ignacio Pinto, produced an assessment for the UK. It would be good to have assessments again for all our countries. I have got the example of wealth taxes. I'm not going to go in for that, but just a shout out to Spain for pioneering in introducing a wealth tax on the extremely wealthy that can generate revenue to spend on the services that benefit low-income women. I've not got much time left, I think. So just a quick word about borrowing. I said you're allowed to borrow for investment, and governments can borrow by selling bonds in financial markets. I think all our governments do. But the problem is, who are they selling to? Ideally, we want the buyers of the bonds to be patient, to be willing to wait for the investments to come to fruition. Investments in care systems take a long time to show their results. Too often, the buyers are impatient, not patient. They're influenced by sentiment in the market. They're quick to sell. They require higher and higher returns. They're prone to herd behavior and short-sightedness, and influenced by changes in the global economy, as we're seeing right now with the impacts of the war on Iran. Well, governments adopt fiscal rules to try and persuade actors in financial markets that their fiscal policy is credible and sustainable, and to bring down the costs and risks of borrowing. And I understand why governments feel they have to adopt these kind of fiscal rules. I mean, it's not a problem you can ignore, but there is a question of how the fiscal rules are shaped, how the bond markets are regulated, and the range of organizations that you sell your bonds to, all of which can be raised. So we can interrogate these fiscal rules. We shouldn't think these fiscal rules are somehow laws, given from on high, and there's nothing we can do to question them. Different countries have different variations of fiscal rules, and they can be questioned. So and we are questioning them in the Women's Budget Group. So typical kind of fiscal rule is the ones adopted by the UK, which is the debt to GDP ratio should be falling as a proportion of GDP in 5 years' time, and borrowing should only be used to finance investment. Compliance with this is adjudicated by an independent Office for Budget Responsibility in twice-yearly forecasts. And the government's committed that expenditure and revenue policies will be adjusted if the forecasts indicate the fiscal rule would not be met. We don't have an Office for Social Responsibility that does forecasts on how far the budget is meeting social objectives like reduction of gender inequality, with a commitment by the government to adjust its budget if it's shown to be falling short of those targets. And I think that's a kind of challenge we can make. Why do we have fiscal rules, but we don't have rules about the realization of social objectives? So just key recommendations. This is my final slide. I think we need to argue for acceptance of spending on public services as investment in social infrastructure, and estimate the returns to this investment. And just it's come into my mind that a lot of focus now on spending on defense, on security. Actually, the European system of national accounts has been tweaked, so you can count spending on arms as investment. So I think we should really interrogate this and say, okay, if you can count spending on munitions in particular, not just the submarine, but the munitions, not just the fighter jet, but the munitions that are used up, that can be counted as investment. So if that can be counted as investment, why can't spending on the things that are important for gender equality be counted as investment? Okay. Focus on quality improvement, not cost reduction, and demonstrate the adverse impacts of outsourcing public services to financial companies. Conduct national assessments of taxation from a gender equality perspective, focusing on how to raise more revenue in ways that are progressive, both in class and gender terms, and interrogate the fiscal rules and put forward alternative fiscal frameworks. And I think it's good if we can consider these all together, spending, taxation, borrowing, and service delivery. My final reference is to a set of papers edited by Karen Brown, which is on the website of the Brookings Institution. So there's a series of ideas there for different countries about how you can do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane, for the inspiring talk and for reminding us that gender budgeting indeed can and should be a lot more than about scoring and monitoring and kind of highlighting what we should be looking at and also how we should argue for our goals. So I would now like to open the floor for audience questions. We have about 10 minutes. I propose I take a few questions first and then let Diane answer. And online participants, if you have questions, you can write them in the chat. I'm monitoring it. So yeah. So please introduce yourselves as well that we know who's speaking.
So hello everyone. My name is Anna and I come from Croatia, from academia. I had the urge to comment this presentation because Diana also was inspiring when I was starting with the topic of gender responsive budgeting. So I was reading a lot of your papers. And I'm so happy that you mentioned the social infrastructure, because when it comes to scientific research, it's really hard sometimes to empirically prove the positive impacts of gender responsive budgeting. So in my papers, I usually use childcare services as an argument. So I invite everyone to read my paper in Feminist Economics regarding the impact of childcare services availability on the gender equality in the labor market, because the research includes, in that time, there were 28 countries, so even the UK. It proves that early childcare services, so those services for the children under the 3 years of age, is really resulting in the increase of female employment, in the end, decreasing the difference with the employment rates of women and men. And in my, for example, PhD, I have also proved that childcare services are decreasing the motherhood penalty. And I use these results as an argument for advocating for gender responsive budgeting, showing that this really has a good impact for the economy and result in effectiveness and efficiency of the public spending. So thank you once again for emphasizing that. And my question, just to continue, you have a long experience of gender responsive budgeting. What was the biggest challenge in implementing the process in the countries that were really progressive regarding gender responsive budgeting, but then immediately stopped with the process in one time? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And please, let's keep the questions short to give as many people as possible room to speak.
Yes, my name is Marion Böker, and I'm a gender budgeting expert, but also in NGOs. Thank you for these very detailed demands and suggestions. I want to mention 3. One is the public transport is very unequal in Europe. That's true, because in the Western Balkans and then in the Nordic Eastern countries, it is more expensive and you need more time. You have to spend your time if you go to Brussels, and it's really damaging women's need or will to go to Brussels or participate in European politics or whatever events. This is also already tabled 6 years ago by one small party, but I don't like this. But it was also tabled some experiences from women who are in our European Women's Lobby, coming from Romania, Bulgaria. They always take car because it's too long and it is very, very violent in a train. There's not only at the station no security service. In the train, when they're sleeping in the nights, and they have this even breaks on a station between 3 and 4 o'clock in the night, they are harassed, or the issues are stolen, or they are even raped. So this must be improved, and this can be only done by a gender budgeting check-up. And then I think number 2, the private sector is very important to be included in gender equality and gender budgeting, gender mainstreaming issues, not only as it is written in some directives, but we will do a webinar which I have suggested with some unions, ETUC and CESI and others, and the European Federation of Private Sector. And then we will try to involve them and hand it over to others. And then the second is there is a fund in the European MFF 2014 to 2020, and the others 2014 to 2020, it was 2 billion euros. They could have been checked and analyzed on gender budgeting. How is private sector working? What's about pay gap or pension gap, but even other issues, violence. So if this is maybe in the knowledge of Great Britain, I hope that your watchdog initiative in UK will collaborate with us and analyze European Union's gender budgeting in the future. Will you do it? This is my question.
Yeah, hello, Regina Frey. You know me from yesterday's panel. Thank you so much, Diane, for this talk. So very, very inspiring again. I have one short remark on this one slide on the use of gender budgeting tools, because I think it's kind of very positive when I see the slide for Germany. It's not the case, you know, it's like too positive, and I'd like to have the source for this because I'm kind of irritated the positive view. And then another question, more general, because you were speaking about invention. In Germany, we have a strong debate on innovation. So everything that is being spent we have this package. A lot of money goes into infrastructure as well, and this then has to be innovative. So digitalization and so on. And innovative per se is kind of gender blind or gender biased because it's always seen as a technological thing, very male biased. So how can one argue against this very narrow conception of innovation? And how do you think innovation in a gendered way? That would be very interesting. Thank you.
Wait. I also have one question here from the chat I want to read. So that is from Mustafa Chadir from UN Women Turkey. And he's asking that for a country that is just beginning to integrate a gender perspective in revenue analysis and where institutional capacity is limited, which type of taxation would you consider more feasible, impactful to prioritize, direct or indirect? And then like really quickly, 1 minute, but then we need to let Diane reply.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the very inspiring, concise, but informative address. My name is Elena Tano. I'm the president of the Cyprus Integrity Forum here in Cyprus, and also vice president of the Nicosia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You have mentioned on several occasions about the tax for the wealth of really rich people. Definitely these people, they invest, they work hard, and they should pay the taxes. On the other hand, we have the governments that they don't spend wisely all the money allocated from us, the taxpayers, whether they're wealthy or middle class citizens. How we could really sensitize the wealthy people to really build the infrastructure that we need for this gender budgeting in all aspects, because they can do it much better with less wasted money, in order to provide, a more holistic approach to these needs that women have, and the child care very well explained before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. We are kind of running over time, so Diane, yeah, exactly. We have like 5 minutes we can take from the coffee break, so please just go ahead.
Thanks for the questions. Anna, it would be great if you give a reference to your article that can go on the website for the conference, and anybody else who's got a paper that is relevant to our discussions, if they give it to Elizabeth, maybe she can make sure it goes on the website for the conference. Biggest challenges, ups and downs. Yes, that every country that's had some times of success with gender budgeting has also had times of not success because of a change in the politics. New Zealand, I can see sitting there, Jennifer from New Zealand. So and I've seen in the UK, the gender budgeting initiatives went down with the national government at UK level after 2010, but in Scotland, for the regional government there, they expanded. So my thinking is, don't give up if the door to the Ministry of Finance and other ministries now closed to you, because there'll be other tiers of government where you might be able to still find the doors open that you can work, and also carry on doing your work with journalists, with parliamentarians, with women's organizations, so that everybody is ready if any opportunities arise if the government does change. I absolutely agree with you about the public transport issues, and this is these kind of things I think you find in many countries. And as well as arguing for more public transport, we have to argue for this improvement in the design. It's very interesting you raised the issue about collaboration with the Women's Budget Group, and I suggest you talk with Daniela, our new executive director, in the coffee break. It would be great if we could come some arrangements on that. Regina, I'm glad you raised the point about the OECD slide being too positive. I didn't want to be all that critical when I first presented it, but I had talked last year with a research student that was doing some work with me. I wonder if we could probe behind these OECD tables. I wonder if we could get them to give us the raw data that they're using. It's often self-reported by countries. And then if you compare the scores in their tables with what women's organizations, researchers, parliamentarians are saying in that country, you perhaps get a different picture. And I looked at that a bit for Canada, and I know that there's more criticism of Canada's, in many ways, very effective gender budgeting work. There's more criticism within Canada than you would see from the high scores they get on that table. And if Sherry were here, sadly she is not, Sherry Nicole from the OECD, I think it's been very valuable. They've been putting these things together, but I think probing beneath them with country case studies is something we should be doing, exactly as you were saying, Regina. Innovation. Well, innovation is one of those words, a bit like productivity and efficiency, that I think we have to ask questions about innovation for whom, innovation in what. AI, maybe it lowers costs of some kinds, but doesn't also impose other costs if it's not regulated properly. So I'd always raise those questions. Who's benefiting from this, and how is it being regulated? And not seeing any innovation is automatically a good thing. Some innovations actually bad things. And as we now seeing with the need to regulate this social media, big innovation, but the kind of adverse misogynistic impacts it's having. That's a challenge for us. And I think if competitiveness is one of the big issues, that's an area we need to do more thinking in. The comment from India, which I think you have to do a mix of both direct and indirect. But what I don't think you have to do is introduce special tax breaks for women. And I say this because I know there has been in India, some introduction of special tax breaks for women, which many Indian feminist economists tell me are rather counterproductive. And it's better to have a system which it doesn't create disincentives for women to participate in the economy. But do we really want to introduce a lot of tax breaks just for female entrepreneurs? Or do we say, well, actually, all of these tax breaks might be counterproductive? They're not really generating any new innovations that wouldn't already happen without these tax breaks. So I would really focus on a well-designed indirect and direct taxes. And there's a lot of work by Indian feminist economists on taxation, which the person asking the question could turn to. And then the final question about taxes on wealth. I agree there's a problem, and it's with us paying our taxes as well as the very wealthy paying their taxes. We think we pay our taxes, but where does the government spend the money? Actually, now they're all going to spend more money on arms. And, there's arguments to be had about that. So this issue of does the government spend the money wisely, and should we pay our taxes? If we don't think the government is spending our money wisely, we'll be reluctant. We'll look for loopholes. And not only the wealthy will do that, everyday people will do that. So I do think this is where gender responsive budgeting has got a big role to play in trying to get the governments to spend the money more wisely, in trying to build more trust between the government as a collector of revenue and the government as a provider of services. And I think this building of trust is one of the things that economists often tend to ignore, but political scientists focus more on. And I always do say to wealthy people who are interested in socially responsible business, well, the first social responsibility is pay your taxes and don't look for loopholes. But then I understand the point of people saying, I paid my taxes, but there was just a new presidential palace. And so, of course, there are always other things that wealthy people can do in terms of philanthropy, in terms of all kinds, scholarships, training, mentoring, grants to women's rights organizations, anybody. So if wealthy people feel they don't trust the government enough to want to pay more of their taxes, I think we can come up with a menu of other things they could spend their money on. And I think funding women's rights organizations would be top of the list.
Yeah. So thank you again, Diane. Big applause. I would propose to you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for the lively discussion. We will meet here again 10:30 for the next panel, Gender Equality and Gender Budgeting Viewpoints from EU Accession and Neighborhood Countries. So I wish you all a good coffee break, and online participants in 25 minutes, we will reconnect.
Hello, Oksana and Mirella, are you hearing us?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, we can
hello.
hear you.
That was Mirella, no? Hi,
Yes.
Mirella.
Hello. How are you?
Oksana, can you
Oksana.
unmute? Yes.
Yeah.
Oksana, can you speak? Hello?
Оксана, ви чуєте? Питаюсь.
Yes, I hear.
A bit louder, please. Can you?
Because of the noise.
Ну, давайте будемо пробувати.
Cannot translate.
Okay, great. It sounds good. And then we test Roman, translator. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
It's because of the
I think we can hear you well. Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful. We need to do consecutive translation as I explained in email. So Oksana, please just say 2 or at most 3 sentences and then have translation. And we decided to show you online, Oksana, like on the picture and not your presentation as it's in Ukrainian, but we will translate the presentation and put it on the website. Is that okay for you? Sorry, I talked a lot, Roman. Maybe you can translate.
So I'm waiting for a moment to make some offerings. So actually, we are right now connected with Oksana with WhatsApp. So we are live online. We have a call. So I can actually do this like synchronous. So I can listen to you and translate this simultaneously to Oksana, and then I'll listen to reply of Oksana and translate it to you. So we will use this Zoom for English only. So I will speak in English in Zoom. You will hear only my voice, and Oksana will speak directly with me through WhatsApp, if it's possible, if it's okay for you. So I think that will be
That's
much better.
wonderful. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for finding a solution, because our technical
Yes.
problem was here that we could not make it be
I know.
voiced to the plenary. But
I know.
this is wonderful, Roman. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. And also
Actually, I'm
you,
working with the
Oksana.
United Nations projects, a lot of them. So I'm working in Zoom, and in Zoom, I'm doing the interpretation with this functionality that Zoom has. But here you don't have it. So
Sorry, I'm
I
hearing you
I
very
created.
aggressive.
Yes, yeah, I
Sorry.
understand.
And now you can hear
Yes,
me? Can you
but
hear me?
we
Hello.
know about this functionality, but the systems in our university, the sound systems,
They
that's
are
the
not allow you.
support.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah. That's
support from the laptop we are playing to hear the interpretation inside the this class. So that's why we can't use this functionality right now.
so I'm now interpreting our discussion to Oksana. Just a second.
Sorry, repeat, please.
So you are not hearing me well. So you're asking me to repeat. Maybe there is some voice distortion. So let us check the microphone. Can you hear me well now?
Yes, we can. The issue is that we have a break and there are people speaking next to us. That's why we don't hear you. But overall,
Okay,
the
okay.
sound is
So the
perfect.
sound is okay. Okay, the sound is
Yes.
okay. So yes, then we will do this as a solution. So now we are not only checking the system. But when I will start interpreting, so I will speak in English only, and then I will disconnect my microphone and I will translate what you are speaking in Ukrainian to Oksana.
Okay.
Great.
Because now I'm not doing this, but I will do this because we are discussing, so I cannot translate and speak at the same time. So just a second, I will translate this to Oksana.
Super.
Hello. May I share my presentation? I see it's easy. Can I do that?
Yes, share it.
Okay. I'm making a test.
Can you then send the presentation to us as well?
Yes.
But now,
To whom? To whom?
To me and Nicole.
But that's
Yes.
for later. That's for later. Now you can share it on your
Later,
own.
yes, of course, yeah. But
It works well. We see it. Please be reminded, 7 minutes, Mirella.
Yes,
I
yes,
see.
yes, yes.
Yeah, just to, but this
Yes.
is wonderful that you have it. The order is we start with, sorry, first asking Roman, is it okay? Have you finished translating?
Yes, I finished it. I have a question from Oksana. Do you have the English version of presentation from?
Unfortunately, not
You
yet,
don't have
but
it.
we will
So
make it possible, translate it and put it online.
you will do this fast Google Translate, and so who will manage changing the slides, Oksana or you? Who will change the
We will
slides?
not show the slides on the screen.
Oksana
We
will
will
show the
show
slides.
Oksana. No,
Oh.
we will show Oksana because the slides are in Ukrainian and there are no Ukrainian speaking people.
We can do this right now. So you can do this translation in Google, and you can, or Oksana can do this. So we can use the English translation of the presentation from Oksana, and you can show the
Yes,
the
that would be
screen.
wonderful.
Yeah, just a
That's
second. I'll
wonderful
translate that.
if you still can do it. And then Oksana can show it online and manage it, and then send it to me afterwards, or send it whenever.
Okay,
But the
okay,
most
so-
important thing is doing this translation. And the order is first Oksana, and then Mirella, and then we come to the plenary.
Okay.
And we
Just a
will
second.
start showing both, spotlighting Oksana and Mirella when we start the plenary. And once I introduce you, Oksana, then Oksana will be on the screen and you can start sharing your slides.
Okay, so Oksana will show the slides, and she will change them from the
Exactly.
laptop.
Please,
Okay.
let's do it like that. And thank you so much for finding a solution. That's wonderful.
For coordinating the meeting. Yes, actually, I'm doing the coordination also. So I have here in Moldova, because I'm in Moldova actually. So hello from Moldova.
Yeah.
I'm in Chisinau.
Great.
So and I'm organizing events also, not only interpreting. Okay, just a second. I'll translate this to Oksana.
Great. Wonderful. So you please at the Mirella, are you here? We don't see. Here. No. She was there. Mirella, we cannot see you. Can you raise your hand so that we can find you? Oksana, we see you. Great. I'm so happy to see you.
She must have gotten disconnected.
Yes, she must disconnect, connect again.
I'm sure she'll reconnect. She always a lot, so I'll text her now. I have her.
Please.
So to put it on spotlight, and she can turn off the camera and like just to put.
Yes, but we will not hear Oksana. We only see her because the translator.
Yeah, you see that is her microphone is muted.
Yeah, but she's talking on the phone for the translation.
And we are sorry for the inconvenience about the translation.
That's good, but this solution is perfect. Yes.
I keep getting disconnected.
So I think we are fine. And
will you be watching the Zoom in case people raise their hand, or do you want me to turn on mine to watch it?
If you can turn on yours, please, because I'm not connected and it's great.
Also, sometimes they write in chat some questions, for example.
Yes, that's what I will watch.
Or I can, or I should actually, I shall do it. Don't worry. Yes. No, I can do it. I will just, it's just,
I really don't mind.
yeah.
You're
just
already
need-
jumping in to help us, so I
No, that's
really
fine.
don't mind.
Yeah, but I just need the correct Zoom link. So I think we have solved everything. You can also have a short break. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's not necessary if she
If she
want to
comes.
come now or when she comes, we
We
spotlight.
spotlight her.
Mhm.
Her name is Mirela. That's her.
Yeah, we have seen her before
She
because
was there,
here.
but she's not there now. I just texted her to see what's
Mhm.
happening.
Okay, we can do it from above. I'm going now to explain to the other colleague that is changing
Right,
the
super.
procedures.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And
Great. Emilios, you
I
are
hope you
our
are
star
You're
here,
doing a
our tech
fabulous
star.
job.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So do you work in the government? I'm an academic. Can I give you my card? Of course you can. So I used to work at the Association of British Insurers, and the joke was that half of the organisation had come from New Zealand, from the Treasury. They knew each other in New Zealand, and then they...
Yeah, we're terrible like that. We're very small. We're like about the size of an island, right?
It put lots and lots of people in the UK.
Well,
New Zealand working in politics.
yeah. Mirella, can you open your video? Then we can spotlight you. Thank you.
It happened also yesterday.
Is everything okay?
Yes, yes.
Welcome, Marilla. Welcome, Oksana. It's nice to have you here in the room with us.
Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Great, we're about to start.
On Viber, if anyone's... Great, great. I think we can start.
So, welcome everybody back to a next very important and exciting panel. But before we start with the panel, I was asked by organizers to ask you all to raise your hand as for tonight's dinner. Who is coming tonight so that we and organizers are counting? Just keep up the hands. Thank you very much. And we are looking forward to that. But now I am very much looking forward to our panel, which is broadening our perspective. After discussing so much from the inside on the next EU budget, we have so many expertise around the European Union in EU accession and neighborhood countries. And so we want to bring this in with this panel. And EU accession and neighborhood countries are particularly affected by the next MFF. As we have heard yesterday, the external funding is merged into Global Europe, which means that, for example, the pre-accession instrument is disappearing and the question is happening, what's going to be happening to civil society funding, etc. And meanwhile, the EU plans to incentivize the accession processes through growth plans and reform agendas might have strong impacts. At the same time, we know that several EU accession and neighborhood countries are facing severe, profound security issues. So given these challenges, the panel really aims to get your perspectives and into debates about the key issues and about forming a good next EU budget. So I am very happy to welcome 4 great experts. We have online Oksana Tsuka, and I will be introducing you once you are going to speak, and you are the first to speak, Oksana, from Ukraine. Then we have Mirella Aquimandriti joining us from Albania. And here on the panel, we have Maria Risteska from Macedonia, North Macedonia, and Nicole Farnsworth, whom you already met as one of the great co-organizers of the conference. So I'm very, very happy to get all your perspectives in. So let's start right away and get your input. So I really warmly welcome you, Oksana. Oksana Tsupa, she holds a PhD in economics and is an expert, an excellent expert and trainer in public finance and gender responsive budgeting. She also is associate professor at the Department of Finance of the Vasil Stefanuk Prikopatian National University in Ukraine. And she also has a profound practical experience of implementing gender budgeting in Ukraine in a very long-standing project. So we are really happy that you are here with us, and me personally, after so much cooperation. So, Oksana, a lot of EU focus is on Ukraine. So we would like to hear from you. What does the EU need to consider related to Ukraine, to the next EU budget and to gender budgeting, considering your and your country's long-standing experience with gender budgeting? How might the women, peace and security agenda be considered in the context of the security financing? So I give you the word, and just for our audience to know, Oksana will be speaking in Ukrainian and there is translation provided. So we will hear the translator, but yes, Oksana, please, the floor is yours. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So I would like to thank you for the invitation and I would like to address the colleagues in the room. And I would like to add that Ukraine is alive. So we are continuing our work, our struggle. And also what we would like, what support we would like to receive from the European Union is the same help, the same assistance that we are already receiving. So thank you very much for your support. I think that today there are no people in the world that don't know the situation in Ukraine. So we are the country that are trying to fight for our future. We are fighting for this, not only on the battlefield, but also in everyday's life through very deep changes in our state institutions. So Ukraine constantly thinks about the European future. So, and we think that we can achieve this in the nearest perspective. So all the time being shot under the explosions, we are constantly proving that we want to be together with Europe. So the Europe is our choice, is our future. We understand, we understood in the past, and now we're still understanding that our power is impossible without social equity and social justice and the gender-oriented budgeting. So it's a foundation for our future. Next slide, I would like to show you the history of gender-oriented budgeting in Ukraine. So starting from 2010, Ukraine, due to the civil institutions, organizations, started small short-time initiatives related to GOB implementation. As you can see here, so it was a long-term process, a long-term evolution. So the key stage, the stage where the fundamental changes started was the pilot projects from 2011, 2013 that changed the perspective. So the projects were supported by Sweden and other countries of the European Union. Also in 2014-20, we have had, so to say, fundamental change of systemic approach, where in Ukraine, we implemented one of the largest projects up till now of gender-oriented budgeting, that the scope of the project was to help to prepare the specialists, the experts in different levels, so train for trainers, and the understanding, so the idea was to create the understanding of gender-oriented balance budgeting. Unfortunately, after finalization, after it was finalized, so in our country, we have no promoter or key institution that together with the Ministry of Finance would promote and would promote the idea of gender-oriented budgeting within the Ministry of Finance, within the country as a whole. But European integration processes, they were undergoing at that time. And after these processes, gender-oriented budgeting again become the priority one for our country and for all the institutions of Ukraine. So I'm not only trying to copy some experience of different countries for the Ukraine, but we are trying to adapt this experience to our complex challenges we are facing at the moment, and the real conditions that we have in present in Ukraine. So I'm talking to you now from the Ivano-Frankivsk. This city, it is a city of Ukraine. 2 days ago, we have had a huge hit of Shahid to one of our important objects, and unfortunately, we have 2 dead persons in our city after this explosion. So the man and his daughter were returning home from the nearby village, trying to get home to the mother of the child, and they were killed when returning home from the village, nearby village, near Ivano-Frankivsk. we cannot surrender. And me personally, I think that gender-oriented budget that we are using within our financial budgetary process is extremely important in the conditions of war that we are facing at the moment. And in the future, we will still respect the European values because it's our decision and it's our path we need to make for the future. So what do we have in present? In 2025, so in January, we have this so-called the point of no return because of the recent legislation changes. So what do we have at the moment? The war and the European integration. So we're hoping to win this war, and then the use of GOB financing will be a must, a mandatory norm in the budget code of Ukraine. So it becomes a mandatory norm since January 2025 is a must for all the participants of the budgetary process of Ukraine. And because we not only we don't have the recommendations anymore, we have the obligatory mandatory norm as a part of the budgetary process of the Ukraine. So it was not according our previous experience when we have this GOB as a recommendation. So now it's not a separate tool, it's a part of our system. So we have integrated on a system level the GOB. Ministry of Finance in the future is trying to implement the changes in legislation and implement GOB at all the levels of budgeting. A lot of international projects we have now, they could help and they could improve this process. So I'm also cooperating with Ministry of Finance. So we are planning to integrate the gender aspects in each of the actions of the action plan, annual action plan. So that will be a huge progress for us to ensure the functioning of this law of GOB within the budgetary process, budgeting process. We understand that GOB for Ukrainians should be not a formal thing mentioned in a specific document, but everyday must and everyday rule. Because for Ukraine now, the budget is not only the financial document, is a tool. It's very difficult if country is like begging for help, begging for financial assistance. It's very difficult for a country in order to ensure the safety, the security, to help the people, the women that are returning from the war, and to offer them social and medical support and assistance in order to support the people that lost everything. So internally displaced people that, or some immigrants that lost everything after this war. And they also requires our support as a state, as a nation. If I will have more time, I can describe you a lot of cases of small communities that are under occupation, and they still survive due to these small gender-related projects that they have at the moment of occupation. So, because this document offered them information about the necessity of the people, the needs, even after the evacuation. So these projects were used to help them. So when we're trying to send this bag with the assistance, we were trying to understand how many doses of insulin, of other medications should be included in this bag. So we were using these projects to help the people actually in these occupied territories. That is why for Ukraine, it's extremely important, this approach, gender balanced approach, that help us to see the most sensitive, the most vulnerable people, or sometimes invisible communities, invisible group of people that needs our help, needs our support. Today, the war also influences, there is a huge influence of war of the labor market for women in occupied territories. So there are a lot of rehabilitation needs, including social and health rehabilitation. And without gender-oriented budgeting, so the financing will not. So the actions will not be implemented. So the budget cannot get a solution for these challenges, and part of people can remain uncovered by the financing, by the support they actually need. So we have very serious challenges. A lot of international donors are still they're more focused on the physical support and less focused on gender-related reforms. But we need to understand that some rebuilt village, restored locations without people cannot exist. So we need to put the people, the human factor, as a priority one, and all our efforts to rebuild, to renew the country after the war. That is why today we have the risks that we are facing. Without the support, we can lose the results that we have had before war, or we were trying to maintain during this war. Today in Ukraine, we have a lot of reforming process, strategical planning reforms, reform related to public investments, budgeting process, other reforms. So we need to understand that these reforms, they need to keep the person, the child, within these gender-oriented values. Also, another challenge we have is the small challenge. The lack of personnel, lack of expertise, of expert specialists. The people that before the war received this experience, unfortunately, they are not working in the local government or central government, and the Ukraine faces the problem, the issue that we need to find the specialists to prepare the new experts both at the central and local level. And I would like to also add here the information, the message from us, from Ukrainians, that the support of gender equality in Ukraine is investment in our and our efficiency and democratic values of our country.
May I ask you to come to
So
an
today,
end, please, Oksana?
we approved the new action plan related to the resolution of United Nations 1325, implementation of this resolution. So the security for children, for women. And now the country requires support in the realization of this action plan because there are a lot of problems related to the previous action plan. So if you don't have this, we have this support at the state level, but unfortunately, at the local level, we don't have the system implemented related to implementation and achievement of this action plan. That is why our regions require support. So our communities, local communities, they require support in order to have not only financial resources, but also we have a deficit in well-qualified specialists also. So not only financial deficit, but also human resources deficit. And the conclusion now, Ukraine already shows that even in the conditions of war, we are still we're still evolving, we're still progressing in order to survive, to resist. The Ministry of Finance and local financial institutions, they implement, they use GOB not as a formal thing, but as an instrument of supporting the justice and assistance and help for the people. But also for us to maintain this balance and not to lose with this routine of the renewal process, we require the support, we require the assistance from the international partners. Today, we also understand that gender equality is not some additional policy issue that we would like to implement, but it's a policy that today is implemented, and I would like that on the highest level, the results should be mentioned, the results should be seen, starting from the policy makers and up to the final decisions they are making. So we understand that gender equality, gender-oriented budgeting will allow us also to keep our state, to keep our sovereignty, to keep our country as a democratic, just, free, and resistant. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую, Oksana. Thank you very much. This has been very inspiring. And let me just take 2 points of your messages. One is, in any situation, and especially in dire security situations and war, it is so important to focus on gender equality and gender budgeting, as you explained. And it is a very important, as you summarized yourself, for a democratic, for a just, free, and resistant country. And so this is one message. And the second message was, I think, your first one, and that's specifically speaking to European legislators, which is there is a value in putting gender budgeting in the legislation, in the core budget law. Thank you for reminding us. I now decide that as this is very specific, I will open the floor, and I hope this is okay for co-panelists, that we, as we have heard now about Ukraine, to have like 1 to 3 questions specifically to Oksana now. Please show a hand and use your microphone if you have a question. And Nicole wants to start, and I am looking at who else. So we do this first, and then we continue with Western Balkan perspectives. Please, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Oksana, and thank you so much for being here with us, because your voice is so important in these times. And I think what you're sharing with us is important not only for Ukraine, but also as a picture for many other conflicts that are currently happening in the world and that may happen in the future. I'm coming from Kosovo, so I am feeling very closely the things that you're speaking about. And from our experience, I wanted to have some questions for you. The first, if you know, and it's fine if you do not, but the European External Action Service of the EU should conduct a gender impact assessment linked with its conflict assessment. And this should be done in every country to inform how the EU engages in those countries. Usually these aren't transparent, but I wanted to know if you have any information if the EU conducted such a gender impact analysis to inform its financing to Ukraine, and if you and other experts were consulted. My second question is about the EU's funding and the member states' funding to Ukraine. We know that much funding has actually been reallocated from other regions to Ukraine. And we're wondering how gender responsive is the funding coming into Ukraine for security? Are you seeing that the EU and the EU member states are integrating sufficient financing related to the women, peace, and security agenda? I know you've mentioned that some women's organizations are receiving support, but is it enough? And are those security allocations really using gender budgeting by the EU and by the member states in the money that they are sending to Ukraine? Thank you very much, and thanks again for being with us today.
Thank you, Nicole. Let me just see hands. Who else has a question? I see one question here. Okay, so we take the second question as well, and then ask you, Oksana, to answer to both or to the 3, 4 questions. Please, Marion.
Yes, thank you. I'm working with the German Foreign Office, and we have created in our Women, Peace and Security 1325 network support also for Ukraine. And also my question now is that in the UN we have committed our cooperation and combined it with our Foreign Office with Pramila Patten, the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women in War and Conflict. And she has made, when she was in the Foreign Office with our group and some Ukrainian women who live in Germany as refugees, made this memorandum of understanding that Ukraine should now in the war and later after the war include all gender mainstream, as in mainstreaming gender equality and also gender budgeting. Are you working with this memorandum of understanding, and do you think it has to be updated? Shall we contact with Pramila Patten, or are you doing it? Because her team is also working on them. Even they have less money from the financial crisis of the UN, but they are still interested in this cooperation with Ukraine.
Great. Thank you very much for the questions. Oksana, the word is to you to address these different issues. Thank you. And the moment we don't hear the translator, can we ask technician to...
Just a second, we have the problems with the translation. Just a second, I'll translate. There was some issues related to the sound. Just a second, I'll translate.
All okay, take your time. There is a need we could repeat the questions.
Thank you for the questions. I just translated a short version of them. Sorry. Concerning the support, we're very grateful. So most of the projects, they're directed to humanitarian assistance and support of the people, the local internally displaced person, the persons that are on occupied territories. So my accent today was more on the necessity that we need to support more the policy makers at the state level. So they also requires support, the policy makers, because a lot of people, the politicians, the people that were working in gender-related approach. So unfortunately, these people are outside of Ukraine, or they are even dead at the moment. So there are very few people in this area, a few stakeholders in Ukraine related to the gender-oriented issues. And also today, there are a lot of agreements, So the European integration requires changes that are implemented by the state institutions and the state local government. So they actually should have, from the first place, understanding what the gender-oriented issues are. So they need this knowledge in order to form the gender-oriented policy in all the areas. So these local government agents, they need our support in this knowledge support, I suppose. Today we need to understand that we need to invest a lot in leadership development. To understand also that we need to more attention to put on the future. The women should replace also the men that we are also losing. We need to understand this as a future challenge. Also, I was trying to mention the support of our institutions, mostly the state institutions. Not specific groups, vulnerable groups of women, but so I was speaking about the policymakers mostly. About the institutional capacity building. So that was the main topic. Concerning the international memorandum you mentioned, So at the moment, I don't have any relation to this activity, to these projects. I'm trying to work with the ministries only, with the branch ministries that we have in Ukraine, that are now trying to return back to the gender-oriented policy in their activity. So I'm working mostly with the ministers of Ukraine. Thank you.
Yakuyu, thank you very much, Oksana. Please stay with us because we have a final round of insights. Let me turn now to our second speaker joining online, Mirela Akimandriti, joining us from Albania. She is Executive Director of the Gender Alliance for Development Center in Albania, and a gender expert with decades, over 20 years of experience in gender equality, gender responsive budgeting, and strengthening of civil society. Mirela, I understand you have just finished a paper together with the Gender Budget Watchdog Network regarding trends in financing for gender equality in the Western Balkans and in Moldova. So we'd be very happy if you can share your findings and key takeaways for gender budgeting related to the MFF based on your findings. The floor is yours, and we appreciate if you can keep the time frame. We see the slides. Perfect. Please, Mirela.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sorry that I'm not being able to be with you there in person, but I'm very pleased to join you online and contribute to this very important discussion. This presentation, as you mentioned, is based on findings from the regional report, Gender Responsive Budgeting in the Western Balkans and Moldova, monitoring of budget allocation of expenditures for the year 2024. And it is developed through the work of the Gender Budget Watchdog Network. The network brings together organizations from across the region to produce independent, evidence-based analysis of public budgets and advocate for more transparent, accountable, and gender-responsive public finances. This collective work allows us to compare trends across countries and highlight systematic challenges that go beyond national context. The trends. So I will focus in this presentation on the key trends in financing for gender equality in the Western Balkans and the main challenges we face in implementing gender responsive budgeting. The first is a clear trend, strong frameworks, but limited financial transformation. Across the region, countries have established legal policy.
Mirela, sorry, just 1 second. To the technical team, can we put up the voice? It got very low now. Try to continue, Mirela.
Okay. So
no, it's not better. Let's see. Because it was very good until a few seconds ago, so...
It's okay now?
Just wait 1 second.
Okay.
Still trying. Now, try again, please.
Okay. Do you hear me well?
It's a bit better. Continue, maybe.
Okay. Then across the region, countries have established legal and policy frameworks for gender equality and have introduced gender-responsive budgeting within public finances reforms. However, the progress is largely formal. In practice, gender equality is still not fully embedded in how public resources are allocated and spent. The second trend is about gender-related spending concentrated in social sectors and remain largely compensatory. Most expenditures identified identified as gender-related are found in social protection, health, and education. These are critical sectors, but they primarily address the effects of inequality rather than the structural drivers. The third trend is about reliance on external and project-based funding. A significant portion of gender equality initiatives, especially services such as support for survivors of gender-based violence, continue to depend on donors and external partners. This leads to short-term interventions, fragmented financing, and weak sustainability. What are the main challenges? First, the implementation gap. There is a consistent disconnect between what is planned and what is executed. Gender objectives are included in budget programs, but actual expenditures often fall short, reflecting weak accountability and institutional capacity. Second, the lack of systems for tracking and measuring impact. Most countries in the Western Balkans and Moldova lack gender budget tagging, consolidated reporting frameworks, and reliable sex disaggregated data. Without these tools, it's difficult to assess whether public spending contributes to reducing gender inequalities. Another challenge is limited institutional capacity and coordination. Gender-responsive budgeting is often treated as a technical requirement rather than a core component of public financial management. If I bring for example, the experience from Albania, there are two people in the Ministry of Finance that they looks like they know about gender responsive budgeting, but in reality they do almost nothing. And when you try to interview or discuss with them, they have very limited information or, let's say, power to make real changes in this area. Fourth, weak integration at the local level. Municipalities plays a key role in delivering services, but gender-responsive budgeting at the local level remains uneven and under-resourced. Local budgets tends to prioritize on the infrastructure and administrative functions, while gender equality programs and care services receive very limited funding. As a conclusion, the Western Balkans have made important progress in establishing foundations of gender-responsive budgeting, in fact. However, moving from formal commitments to effective implementation should be done by strengthening systems for tracking and accountability, increasing investment in transformative policies, and ensuring that gender equality is financed through sustainable public budgets. And this brings me to the role of the EU multi-annual financial framework. For the Western Balkans, MFF is not just a budget, it's a main driver of reform priorities and public investments. However, there is a fundamental gap. Gender equality is not yet structurally embedded on how EU funds are designed, allocated, and monitored. And it remains a cross-cutting objectives, not a financially visible and accountable priorities. And in our report, we have prepared a lot of recommendations, and the report will be ready very soon, so you will have access. Maria and Nicole will share with you in due time, because it's still in a process of a little discussion between us and will be finalized soon. But we have these recommendations like make gender spending visible and trackable, institutionalize gender responsive budgeting within public finances. We want to integrate gender responsive budgeting into public finance legislation, making gender analysis a mandatory part of the entire budget cycle, not only for the prevision of the budget or forecast of the budget, but when the budget and when the execution has been ended, a real report should be developed on how the expenditures and where the finances, the budget has gone related to the gender equality aspects. strengthen data and accountability systems, improve gender disaggregated data, and expand monitoring and auditing mechanisms to ensure transparency and assess real impact of public spending. Shift funding toward transformative investments. We want transformative investment, not just budget for gender equality. And we need care infrastructure, we need money for women's employment, for women economic empowerment, rather than just compensation for economic aid or very small money or any other aspect that is called gender responsive budgeting. So this is my intervention. Thank you so much for having me.
Dear Mirella, thank you very much. Very focused and a lot of findings, which are key inputs also to our discussions and EU legislators. Let me just take two elements among your very focused input and learnings. One is this learning of that you say taking gender equality as a cross-cutting issue, like horizontal issue, is by no means a way or guaranteeing that there is financial kind of dimensions to it and impacts taken care of. So this, I think, is very relevant to our discussions, among others. And the other one, the need for transformative investments. Thank you for stressing this. Your last point is very well taken as well. We shall go that I now take the other panelists, and we have a round of questions then to all of you. So thanks, Mirella, for the time being, and we come back to you. Next one, I would like to invite Maria Risteska to speak. She is a founder and executive director of the Center for Research and Policy Making in Skopje. And she has been initiating and is the general director of the Gender Budget Network, Gender Budget Watchdog Network, which, by the way, is a co-organizer of the conference. And since 2006, she has been worked as a GRB in gender budgeting. You worked as a researcher, analyst, as an advocate, trainer, mentor, expert, you name it all, like in very many capacities. And the Gender Budget Watchdog Network has been conducting this important work of monitoring the implementation of gender budgeting in the Western Balkans and Moldova, using the SDG 5C1 indicator, which is very important. So my question is, based on all your work and expertise, what have you found and what lessons learned does this actually imply for us related to our topic of the EU, and how might it push for improvements in gender budgeting in the upcoming MFF and related regulations? So we are happy to hear your perspectives.
Thank you. Actually, that's why the Gender Budget Watchdog Network was formed, initiated, because civil society needed to have a seat on the table when gender responsive budgeting reforms are discussed, and participating in different EU related events, we see that there is less civil society engaged compared to what we see and observe and witness in the Western Balkans, where there is a vibrant civil society. And one reason for it is because also our network has done quite a lot in engaging the capacity building, developing different methodologies that help them produce arguments and be active in the debates on different topics. We have taken thematic approaches. First, we developed methodology on how to monitor the emergency budgets during COVID, resilience budgets. Then in the last phase, we worked on climate change financing, which resulted with the transport research, but also we are now publishing 6 reports on the different climate change funds. And how they have been utilized from a gender perspective in the Western Balkans and Moldova. One of our flagship outputs has been actually the SDG 5C1 shadow reporting. We know that the SDG 5C1 is a rather technical measurement that was developed for the purpose of measuring progress of governments, how they achieved the SDG 5 goal. And we thank Diane and UN Women for developing the guidance and the framework for it. We thought that from the very beginning, this is an excellent tool to be used for accountability of governments as a civil society. And maybe because my personality is to make synergies, I wanted to actually operationalize this tool and advocate it very much within the network that we use the tool to hold governments accountable to the gender equality commitments they make. So in practice, this means that assessing gender equality commitments are reflected in public expenditure programs, are embedded in the public financial management systems, and whether they are made public, transparent, whether reports are being published, and so on. It's an imperfect tool, I must say, and I think we all agree that it does not measure the quality of GRB in the process, because it doesn't measure whether gender analysis, which is the core of GRB, has been the information base for those allocations. It doesn't also measure whether allocations are adequate and what is the impact of these allocations, but it's a good tool to see how far governments are in terms of integrating it into the public finance management system and making all this information transparent, whether also civil society and citizens and researchers from academia can actually make use of this data for improving the inputs and outcomes, as Diane was talking this morning. But even with this limited scope for the Gender Budget Watchdog Network, this tool, the SDG 5C1, has been very useful because it provided structured framework to engage ministries of finance, gender equality machineries, and academia into dialogue on how to improve gender responsive budgeting reforms, and even had an impact on improving the allocation of money for gender equality in the countries of Western Balkans and Moldova. So we've done it 3 times in the 6 years. Biannually, we are doing the reporting. And I must say, we have different results from the results of the ministries of finance, who are also reporting based on this indicator. But we can observe a gradual improvement and progress in the Western Balkans and Moldova. Most countries now include gender equality objectives within their public expenditure frameworks, and program-based budgeting has opened space to introduce gender indicators within the budget programs. Our reportings from 2019 to 2023 budget cycle shows increased, the indicator increased from 0.62 in 2019 to 0.72 in 2023 budget cycle, which is a significant we think increase, and we observe a particular improvement in especially one country, and that is Montenegro, which started very low on our assessment at the beginning in 2019 budget cycle. However, progress remains uneven across the three dimensions of the indicator, and we can say that on the first criteria, the implementation is rather strong because gender is integrated in the policy framework, but implementation within the core public finance management system is still partial. Gender impact assessments are not systematically applied. Sex disaggregated data is there, but is not used to prepare the budget allocations and the budget preparations. And what is more, it's not used to track the execution and the potential results and impacts. So performance indicators remain weak. The regional score on the criterion 2, for example, is 0.57, which is only half of the countries are actually a bit more are making progress on this criteria. The biggest progress, as I said, is observed in Montenegro, and I must say it's part of a active work of the budget watchdogs within one initiative which is different from the other countries in the region, how they implemented GRB. In Montenegro, the GRB reforms have been steered through a GRB dialogue in which all stakeholders participated, and it happened every 6 months, and every of the stakeholders, Parliament, Ministry of Finance, Audit Office, civil society groups would take on commitments, what they will do in the next 6 months in order for this to happen. So we can see actually they check out progress on each aspect, on how they not just plan the budget, but how they present gender information of the budget, how they discuss the gender information through ex-ante analysis of the budget in the parliament, what they publish as a report afterwards, how ex post it's being assessed by the audit office and so on. So, but transparency is the weakest dimension of all countries. Public access to information on allocations for gender equality remains limited. The information is there. It's not that it's not there, but it's not separately presented as a gender budget related information. So you have to be a researcher who is budget literate in order to find the relevant information. And because we have been monitoring and we have used that monitoring to engage into the debates, we see that because of the pressure and the critical standpoint we take as a group, we see a progress also in transparency in terms of how the information is presented in Albania, in Serbia, in Macedonia, not just Montenegro. So from our monitoring experience, I think several lessons learned emerge. First, legal frameworks for gender equality alone are not sufficient. Implementation depends on whether gender objectives are integrated into the budget circulars, the program structures, and whether there are performance indicators, and whether the audit systems are also aware and are providing inputs to the accountability of the spending on gender equality. So very much whether gender is embedded in also the work of the Ministry of Finance. And unlike the observation of Mirela, we see that in Albania and Montenegro, there is specific persons that work on gender budgeting, and we think it's good to have these specialized people, which are not found in the rest of the countries of the region. This job is done by the gender machinery, which shows that this different approach can have a different also presentation of the information on the gender budget. So I think that strongly we support embedding the gender knowledge
in the Ministry of Finance. Secondly, the availability of sex disaggregated data does not automatically translate into the gender responsive policies, nor budgets and indicators, and this needs to be strengthened. And third, transparency is essential. So we need to publish the gender budget information, and we have to work together with governments for this information to be separately published in order to improve also how budgets are being used and for what purposes, and what will be their impact. In terms of, I'm closing. In terms of how can the European Union contribute to accelerating implementation of SDG 5C1, I would say that the European Union has been a key partner of the region, and we, especially in public finance reforms, so far hasn't used gender responsive budgeting as a conditionality, and that's a surprise considering the objectives we discussed yesterday, 85%, and the 5% in NDIC and the Gender Action Plan. And we think that this should be used in especially monitoring public finance reform programs, but also specifically maybe integrating the indicators into the reform agendas and the other monitoring frameworks linked to the EU funding. Finally, and as a conclusion, I think that using this framework by civil society in other regions also will be beneficial, that are not maybe inclining to EU membership, but I don't know, South Caucasus, Central Asia, North Africa regions, Ukraine, Moldova, we've seen it's very useful. So because it's a tool also for democratization, it's not just a tool for measuring gender equality commitments and outcomes, but also democratization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. This is a great example where we see how important continued work by civil society in the role of monitoring and doing much more in terms of bringing in expertise is to ensure kind of improvements or to show the way towards improvements. And of course, that goes in line with the need for continued commitment for financing these civil society networks and women's rights organizations. So great, thanks a lot. I'm coming to Nicole Farnsworth, who is also member of the Gender Budget Watchdog Network, and she's the Deputy Director and Lead Researcher of the Kosovo Women's Network, and a member of the European Budgeting Network, by the way, and the key person in making this conference possible. As a sociologist, she has co-authored and authored more than 30 studies, gender analysis, including gender budgeting, but many more issues, monitoring the EU from gender equality perspectives for a decade and more, I think. So based on your expertise and work, what issues actually have existed with the EU growth plan, which already has been mentioned yesterday, the EU growth plan and the reform agendas? What are the issues in Western Balkans and Moldova? And of course, the question, what lessons do you have and what can be learned to inform new renditions of the MFF? Please, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And forgive me, but I'm going to move to the podium. Quickly, thank you for health reasons and understanding. So I'm so happy that I follow Maria and Mirella because they've laid a very nice foundation of what's going on in the Western Balkans that I need not repeat and can just build on when speaking about the growth plan. For those of you who aren't familiar, in 2023, the European Commission established the growth plan for the Western Balkans, which aims to strengthen the region's economic integration with the EU single market and enhance cooperation within the Western Balkans through the common regional market, while accelerating EU-related reforms on the path towards eventual EU accession, particularly the fundamentals. To support this plan, the EU has established a reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans, which is a brand new financial instrument with a total allocation of 6 billion euros, 2 of which are grants and the other 4 in loans, to be spent from 2024 to 2027. This is a new instrument in addition to the instrument for pre-accession and many other funding mechanisms that exist in the Western Balkans today. In order to implement the growth plan, every country has been asked to develop a reform agenda with specific actions and budget estimations for funds that they will receive upon completing each action. Most of the countries adopted these in 2024, while Moldova and Bosnia-Herzegovina adopted theirs in 2025. This is a sort of carrot. When a country completes the reform, they receive financing. Then they must complete further reforms to receive further financing after, of course, the EU has verified that they have actually completed the reform. So the regulation for the growth facility includes gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and the empowerment of women and girls among its specific objectives. However, a study that was published in 2025 by the Kunitil Kvina Foundation, together with input from partners throughout the region, including us at the Kosovo Women's Network, has shown that there were very poor public consultations when developing these reform agendas. They were rushed through, negotiated only between the EU and the member countries. And if there were consultations, they were very last minute when basically the actions had already been decided upon. This shows the failings of both the governments and the EU to have a proper democratic process, not to mention gender equality impact analyses, in order to inform these growth agendas. I might highlight one notable exception, which was Montenegro, which, due to the political will of a couple EU officials who pushed hard internally, enabled women's rights groups to enter into the discussion and push in a couple of objectives at the very last minute towards gender equality. Otherwise, this report done by Kunitil Kvina Foundation and partners shows that there has been limited inclusion of gender equality reform measures across the reform agendas. There are only a few reforms in each of the reform agendas that relate directly or indirectly to gender equality. Now, we might recall, and as already Maria has spoken about, most of the countries have made legal commitments to implementing gender responsive budgeting. So we could look at this as even a rule of law issue that the countries must be implementing gender budgeting in everything that they do, no matter what type of financing comes from the EU or from what other source. However, within these particular reform agendas, Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia have broadly committed to gender budgeting, but they do not have any clear targets, baselines, or indicators, nor budget measures to actually measure if gender budgeting is being implemented or institutionalized within these countries. On the other hand, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Moldova mention gender mainstreaming, but they do not explicitly mention gender responsive budgeting in their reform agendas. Yet there are bigger structural problems with the reform agendas. The documents are planned for each reform to be accompanied by financing, as said earlier. However, the funding does not necessarily link to the activities or the results. Reform agendas do not apply gender responsive budgeting within their templates that exist or across their budgets or their measures, despite the fact countries have committed to gender responsive budgeting. They lack explicit connections between the financial allocations and the gender equality objectives. Thus, we perhaps can monitor the budget allocations to those couple of gender equality objectives, like on gender-based violence in Montenegro or in Kosovo, but we cannot monitor the other gender impacts across the other hundreds of actions that are foreseen within these reforms. So this links to the issue of direct budget support. Once the EU has verified completion of an action, the disbursements are paid into the national treasury as direct budget support to the country. The EU financing is not strictly earmarked for the reform agendas. Financing is provided based on a sort of understanding that the country will implement the agreed reforms and that the future disbursements are conditional on the implementation of the reforms, but it's not required that these EU disbursements contribute to the reforms themselves. This being said, when the EU sends a disbursement, the country could use it on anything that they want. And as we've heard, for example, this could be road infrastructure projects that have nothing to do with the reform agendas whatsoever. The lack of tying the reform agendas directly to specific objectives and outcomes makes it very difficult to monitor the governments and hold them accountable to these expenditures. Any expenditures, really, but specifically from a gender responsive budgeting perspective. So looking forward, what does this tell us about the future? We're a bit stuck with the system we have now. It will continue. We have asked the EU, we have advocated that there be quality indicators introduced, and a couple countries have put some forth that would be added on to assess the quality of these reforms from a gender perspective before the EU gives the tick the box and transfers the money. But that is all still kind of being discussed. What we see is the real opportunity is with the next MFF. Because with the next MFF, the reform agendas will be renegotiated. There will be new reform agendas. So this is an opportunity for the EU and the countries to have better public consultations that involve women's rights groups and other stakeholders in order to provide evidence, hopefully to conduct gender equality impact assessments, to inform the next reform agendas that will be put forth. And just two more short points, and I will close. One of our other concerns that links with this is with civil society financing. The European Union has said to us that at this moment, all future civil society financing to the Western Balkans will be tied to the reform agendas. Our new role is to ensure the agendas are implemented. This causes concern about what type of funding will be available for other types of efforts, such as furthering women's human rights, providing services linked with gender-based violence. If these types of activities are not within the reform agendas, then where will there be support to continue to uphold human rights and other values of the European Union? The second major concern that is linked indirectly is the plan of the European Union to reduce the percentage of contracts that it has by 40%. This means that only very large, massive organizations, primarily member states, will be receiving contracts to distribute the funds. We know from our experience and extensive research, including Where's the Money for Women's Rights, done with the Association of Women in Development methodology, that these grants, when going through international organizations, member states and others, tend to be short-term, 6 months. They tend to be small, 10,000 to 50,000 euros, and they do not enable civil society to advocate for impacts. If we want to change policies, especially in politically unstable areas like Kosovo, where we haven't had a government for more than a year, you cannot give a 6-month project and ask someone to change a law, nor can you ask them to monitor reform agendas over a 4 to 7 year process. There needs to be a way to ensure that these allocations are long-term and not only micro-grants. This isn't to say that micro-grants shouldn't exist. Of course, there are diverse civil society organizations and grassroots groups that also need to be supported, but there needs to be a spectrum system, in this ecosystem of funding being provided. So our final recommendations, if I may, 2 more minutes. First, ensure an inclusive and consultative process in creating the new reform agendas in which women's rights organizations and marginalized groups are invited to participate in their design and to conduct gender equality impact assessments to inform the design of the reform agendas. To require the implementation of gender responsive budgeting in all of the reform agendas and make this very clear through clear objectives, indicators, baselines, targets that are all tied to clear planned expenditures. Then to require reporting on these expenditures that is transparent, linking the objectives to the targets and the expenditures. We want to see better transparency in how these are put forth. And also as part of the Gender Action Plan 4, to continue to provide technical assistance to our governments in institutionalizing gender responsive budgeting, building on what Maria has said, so that it is actually institutionalized in line with SDG 5C1 and the PEFA gender framework. Finally, as said also yesterday, to earmark funds for human rights and gender equality, as well as specifically for civil society organizations, women's rights organizations, in long-term funding that can enable them to monitor and hold governments accountable, defending EU values of human rights and gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Nicole. In such a short time, you have highlighted, first of all, excellent research, of course, and then highlighted key issues. And let me just point us to the fact that this is not only related to the growth plans and like to the region, it is also highly relevant what you are saying to the future MFF. Because the mega fund, the NRPP funds that we talked yesterday, will be more guided towards this logic. We haven't gone into detail, but it's very important to understand that the logic now is what started with the Recovery and Resilience Fund coming out of the COVID pandemic, and it will be strengthened now. And all the challenges you have been putting on the table and issuing we will be facing also within the EU. So it's just great to have your expertise and perspectives, because we need to focus on these issues as well when we advocate now for a better future EU budget. But having said enough, I want to open the floor now to a few questions and then have responses to the questions and final comments. And we try to finish rather on time, but maybe we can go beyond like 5 minutes or so. So let me see, let's start here, please.
Hi, I am Eliana Jimeno from the Women Against Violence Network, Europe Wave. So I wanted to ask precisely the last point that you closed this panel with, and it's the fact that throughout the discussions today and yesterday, there's this comparison between the realities of the EU external action and what is happening inside the EU and the current negotiations of the MFF. And what is clear to me is that in the discussions, the level of discussions that we are having with the co-negotiators, and specifically the ones that we have more access to with the MEPs, is not at this granular level of discussion. And even if we go with technical arguments of this kind, they're just out of their waters. Like they just don't understand it, don't get it. So that's what my question is. If we are dealing with some negotiators that don't have this level of understanding of what the decisions that they are making today, what is the impact that this is going to have in the future for women's organizations, for gender equality at large within and outside the EU, how can we bring this message to them in a way that just really rings the bell and doesn't get like, oh, too complicated, next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diane, please.
Diane Elson. Thank you. Great panel from which I learned a lot. And it really brings out, I think, the importance of civil society dialogue and engagement. And I think we need to be relaying this message very strongly to all the state and intergovernmental actors that they have to keep on funding in a sustainable way and to the private philanthropy, that they have to keep funding in a sustainable way the kinds of activities you've been talking about, because I think it really needs that continued push from civil society to go beyond formality to actual substance. And if I may, just one comment on your use of SDG 5.3, which most people might not know what that is, but I was involved in advising on the development of it, very constrained by the UN framework for what you could have as an indicator. And I said to UN Women at the time, the value of this indicator will be if it can be used by civil society in dialogue in just the way that you have outlined. I hope this will be written up and circulated to UN Women and other UN agencies, because as we learned this morning with the discussion of the OECD indicators, on the page, they don't really mean much. You've got to have them, you've got to be able to challenge them. And I did say you need a website, UN Women, where you put the background information, not just the final results that you're putting in your table for SDG 3.1, but what was the information that the government provided to you? And then that can be challenged by civil society. But of course, that was not accepted. Governments won't accept to put on a public website all the information they've sent. But it's great to hear that you've been able to use it in this very dynamic way. And I think any of these indicators, any of these synthetic indicators, that's the way we should be using them.
Thank you very much. Let's take a last question. I see Maya. Please be brief, and then we make a final round. Maya, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Maya. I run the strategic partnerships in European Women's Lobby. And listening to you, first of all, great panel. Thank you for all your contributions. My question is, how do we work with the competence gap when it comes to authorities? Because I really like the honesty in one of the speakers who said, I need to work with two people in one directorate. Both of them, unfortunately, are not there yet. So there is this competence gap. And the combination of the competence gap with the fact that we expect a lot from civil society and from the women's movement. We expect them to be competent, to be available, to give consultancy, to support us, to validate us, to monitor us, then whatever. But this also works when we are underfunded and understaffed. So how do we work with that is my question.
Great. Thanks a lot for these questions. I would like to suggest that we answer them in the reverse order. And starting with you, or you want to start, Maria? Okay, that's fine. And just before you start, let me ask Oksana, please, can you put on your video so that we can spotlight you? And we will do the order, Maria, Nicole, Mirella, and then Oksana. Please, Maria.
I will try to combine all the questions. In
1 or 2 minutes, please,
yes,
because...
Yes. So on the granular level observation, I agree totally with you that people who work on the MFF and the MFF as such, as a document, should not be so granular. And we've contributed as Gender Budget Watchdog Network, and we also aligned with our opinions with the EGBN and the European Women's Lobby, and contributed to the debate in the European Parliament recently in November on the MFF. We discussed that actually this is also an issue of efficiency and use of all these resources that the EU has. We heard yesterday the European Gender Equality Institute. They have this remarkable resource, which is called the Gender Equality Index, that is not used to inform the strategy, for example, on gender equality. And the strategy of gender equality then is not linked with the EU budget. So we have to connect the dots. We have to make the budget close the gender gaps that are made detected with the gender equality index, and the strategy should be the framework that drives this process operationally. And that is the level they need to understand, and they have to put one indicator in that MFF that can respond to that, closing the gaps in the detected in the gender equality index. The competence gap is very important. And again, I think that we need to build synergies with the different competencies that are available in the countries. I like very much the Spanish way how they have connected the dots. On regional level, I must say, using the institutes for women as a strategic partners in analysis of the gaps closes in a way the competence gap of the ministries of finance to understand what we are trying to achieve with these budget allocations. So I think that it must be a coordinated approach, and it must be led by someone who is understanding the system. I know that it's very difficult to find that person, but we need only one coordinator in essence to make that work. And we should really work on making that happen. And maybe we can find it in civil society, because at the end we need someone who understands the beneficiaries. And that is my response to Dan Nelson and the importance of using civil society and the engagement in this reform process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. And now we change the order again a little bit to have Mirella next speaking. I will spotlight you, and then Oksana. And okay, Mirella, please, your final insights for us.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to respond about the gaps that we need to close about the institutional knowledge and capacity of officials that are dealing with budgets. And of course, this is by establishing clear legal obligations, standards, and accountability mechanisms, but also training and making these persons aware. These persons, as Maria mentioned, in Albania is one or two, and in Montenegro also. This should be people that really care, and they bring their knowledge into the table where the budgets are being prepared. And this is very hard to be implemented. But something that I need to emphasize in this conference is the fact that we are witnessing the growing influence of anti-gender movements across many regions. In Albania, we faced this during October, November, when we were adopting the new law for gender equality, where all these things are included, including gender responsive budgeting and many other aspects, economy of care, or even training of the officials. However, we face this anti-gender movement very hard, and this is not a different opinion about gender, but they are actively challenge fundamental human rights, democratic values, and all established legal framework on gender equality. So we are now in a phase that we need to protect what, while we were thinking to enter to another level, I mean, like dealing with gender responsive budgeting and going up in the level of strengthening gender equality, legal and policy framework. We now need to protect what we have achieved so far, because it's a very, very crucial moment that we need to be together, not only in the region, but also in the European level and in the world level, about protecting what we have achieved so far and then thinking how to go further. This is my intervention.
Thank you very much. We see Oksana has unfortunately a problem with the translator being disconnected. So let's see whether we can solve these issues in the next minutes. And I hand over to you, Nicole, for your final wisdom and insights, especially to EU institutions negotiating, please. And of course, responding to some of the questions.
All in 1 minute.
Look at you.
No, I think that actually Maria responded very well to the questions, some of the questions that were already asked. And Mirella, I'm so thankful for reinforcing these points. They are so important and very personal. I mean, we know the fights that you have all had in Albania recently, and we're there with you in solidarity. And we need to be here for each other. I mean, this is how we will make it through. And it links to the question of the messaging. And I've been reflecting a lot personally as a feminist activist and on our messaging and on our communications. And I think if there's an error that I or some of us have made in the last couple decades is how we communicate to people. We can't just assume people know what is GRB, gender mainstreaming, gender equality, and these other technocratic terms that we know. We need to find a way to make it so tangible that it touches their lives, that they feel it. And I think this is how it is that we approach those who we may not think agree with us, is to make it tangible. And as a next step, we're about to launch a campaign. You'll hear more about it this afternoon, but that is a big effort. And I think we should each challenge ourselves. I'll also be approaching some of you to see if you want to participate in the social media and online campaign. But the messaging will be invest in what matters to people. So invest in care, invest in ending violence, invest in transportation to my rural area so I can participate in political meetings, because I can't because there's no transportation. Invest in a teacher who's there for my child who has a disability so that she can participate. Invest. So you can think there are so many things. We could speak for hours in what we can invest in that matters to people, and to try to convince the European Parliament, Council, and member states that this is what needs investment, and this is what will create peace, and this is what will create human security in the long run. So let us work together in that direction.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This is a perfect final word, and I'm sorry to say that the translator issue is not solved. So I understand Oksana not wanting to speak now as the translator is missing. However, Oksana, thank you so much. And I'm very happy that we have done the questions before, so we had a good opportunity. And greeting from our hearts to yours, Oksana, and we are all with you. And before I say thank you, I see here Maria has a 1 second.
Yeah. I just wanted to thank you for moderating and for all the engagement in organizing this, Elizabeth. Without you and Mary and Maya and many others who were active in the organization, we couldn't be here. You know that we put all of the information on our website. We also have a newsletter that was mentioned by Diane. If you want to join, we will leave some cards with QR code on the registration desk, so you can be part of the information and knowledge sharing that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you. And finally, Oksana is putting her last words in the chat. So, Nicole, please let us know.
I also have to just thank Ellie, who contributed to all of our papers, and I didn't mention her earlier. So thank you, Ellie and Eba. So Oksana said, Ukraine is making efforts to systematically integrate a gender-responsive approach into the budget process, largely driven by its European integration efforts. We also look forward to continued support from the European Union. Thank you, Oksana.
Yes, thank you, Oksana, and thank you to all of you on this panel. You have given us very, very important insights, and we continue jointly on the way forward. Yes, and just as an announcement, we of course have the lunch now, and after lunch we have the keynote by Lina Galvez. So it would be very important, and we are so happy that she is actually, is it okay? We are so happy that she actually is joining us, but it would be very important that we are here again at 3:15 to start on time, because she is making herself available while parliamentary discussions are ongoing. Sorry. 3:30. No, 3:15.
There's a panel at 1:30.
Yeah. Sorry. There is a panel at 1:30, so let's be here at 1:30 again. And again on time, so that we are then on time for Lina. Okay. Enjoy the lunch break. Thank you.
Because I'm new to this topic.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
showing me Vishnia.
No, it's just we just get it. Okay. Then they are falling apart. Your main practice is social cell. They're falling apart. Okay. I can stop the I'm joking. We need to open up the door for lunch. I don't sound the same fit. So yeah, that's I have a very funny person. Now because people are funny. Very scared of all kinds of experience. It's not gonna be what talks with your colleague on the left because it's always right now. It's not gonna be. It's darker. I think we could listen to what you are on people. So we find the table, but
Hello, hello. Please join us. We're starting shortly. And for our online participants, you can tune in a couple of minutes. We'll be starting with the fifth panel. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maya Doneva. I will be moderating this amazing panel that is starting in just a couple of minutes. I know that absolutely, yes. I'm surrounded by really experienced, inspiring, amazing, competent women. And I hope that this would be a really interesting learning experience for you, also for the people who are on the table, because we discussed a few times that actually each of you brings really, really different angles of how gender budgeting works or doesn't work because of some barriers. Speaking of barriers, so if we have to be super honest, it's not an easy job to start a panel after lunch. Yeah. So been there, done that, you know, it takes a bit of time for people to actually start listening and don't go for a nap. So we've discussed a bit, we brainstormed, so we want to invite you for two very short things. The first thing is a bit of a physical activity, so we can actually make sure that the blood from our tummies goes towards our brains, so we actually process what these amazing women will tell. So I would please invite you to stand up just for a short thing. Trust me, it will be okay. You will feel better after that. Thank you. Panelists included. Okay. Your right hand, do we know which is our right hand at the moment? Great, great start. Okay, so we do this and we do 1, 2, 3. Very simple. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Our left hand, do we know which is our left hand? Okay, we do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Last time. 1, I trust in you. 2, 3. We really needed that one. Okay, let's sit down, please. Your next super short task is to have a very quick selfie and see whoever is around you, because this is the start of a great panel. You have to commemorate this moment. Have a selfie. We already did it together with the panelists. We'll do one more now with you. And then we start. No, we have to bring back not only the physical, but also the creative energy in the room. So, Mira, I trust you for the selfie. Yeah. Okay, you're the selfie queen. Yeah. Selfie, how do I get the photos? You're the selfie queen, you have to make it work. Yeah. This was the most Greek panoramic view. Okay. Good.
We understand what it means.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so enough shenanigans. We're here for work. Gender budgeting is a serious matter. We have to stop joking about it. So today, this is the panel which really showcases different experiences from New Zealand to Berlin and from Greece, then to the whole UN. And we wanted really to have a bit of space where we get out of a bit of the Eurocentric bubble, because there is good things happening outside of the EU, for good and bad. So we also need to have some time to explore what's happening there. Without any further ado, I'll start with Mira. She's our opening speaker today, and she will talk us through the experience she has for over 30 years, actually, leading the UN Women's work on gender responsible budgeting in Europe and Central Asia.
So, Mira, the floor is yours. What do you think we should know about gender budgeting based on you and women's experience?
Maya, thank you so much, and especially for making us like feel energized and happy. And I know what it means for you to moderate after the lunch. I will try not to repeat what has been said so far from yesterday. Although I wanted to begin, and first of all, I want to thank the organizer. I want to thank Mary. I want to thank Elizabeth, Nicole, and everyone which was part of this journey. And I'm so happy and thankful that you made me part of this journey, from the organizing to being part of the panel. So I want to give applause to the organizer. You ladies have been amazing, and without you would not be here. So thank you very much for that. We were talking during the whole, like yesterday and today, that global military spending is reaching like 2.7 trillion, and the highest ever recorded, and nearly 1 in 4 countries saw backlash against women's rights. So we are not speaking about gender responsive budgeting in vacuum, but we are speaking about gender responsive budgeting in a world when we know financial space is tight, competing fiscal priorities, and growing political pressure on gender equality commitment. And in this context, the main question which I'm making to myself is, how do we make gender responsive budgeting work systematically at scale and under this pressure? How do we make sure that what is invested remain, and what it wasn't invested, it's returning back, or it's invested on gender equality? Because I believe the real test of gender responsive budgeting is not whether it is introduced or not, but it remains visible when political winds are shifting. So from UN Women work across the region, and at the moment we are working in Eastern Partnership, in Central Asia, in Western Balkans, like in Europe and Central Asia region, I mean, while globally we are present in almost every region with different GRB initiative. So based in our experience, I see that GRB works. It stops when it is only a program or a project which is being invested. And for us, it's extremely important that GRB becomes part of the system. So it's not something additional, it's not a parallel exercise, but something integrated into how budgets are designed, how priorities are set, how results are measured, and how accountability work. And in order to be able to do that, like the first step, we always push governments to have strong legal and institutional anchoring. And the reason why we do that is that if GRB is not part of the laws, and it's not in the budget circular, it's not in the budget laws, it's not in the budget documentation, then it stays optional. And when it stays optional, we always try to find champions within the institution which push this agenda from inside. While if it is embedded in the legal document, then we know it's predictable, it's enforceable, and it's resilient. So does integrating GRB into legal framework gives us the full implementation? Of course not, because then we have to see how it is integrated in the budget system. And when I speak about budget system, I speak about like from the beginning, from the budget preparation, budget execution, and reporting. And of course, like we see a huge role of ministries of finance in this work, but Ministry of Finance is not the only one. And I see that many of the investments, it's been done in the Ministry of Finance. While Ministry of Finance put the rules of the games in place, it's the line ministries which are the ones that they have to comply with the rules of the games that the Ministry of Finance is putting. And here the capacity building is an extremely important component. We heard yesterday from the experience of Sweden, then going through the steps, the first step is this program budgeting impacting gender equality? So who is taking this decision? It's a public official which is sitting in a room in I don't know which ministry. And we need to make sure that gender responsive budgeting is part of the training institutes at country level, and it's mandatory. So every single person which is working in the government, they must at least have the basic of gender equality and gender responsive budgeting. We push a lot of pressure to work at local level. And anytime when someone asks me as a GRB professional, like the local level is the work which I love most, because there we really see the changes that is happening in the life of women and girls. Unless, and we heard yesterday, I don't know how many of you were in the mayor's office yesterday. It was amazing to hear the mayor, how he feels that if you work on gender responsive budgeting, then you are able to properly identify the needs of the most vulnerable people in the society, which happens in most of the case to be women and girls, but young generations as well. And at local level, mostly we do work with mayor's office to secure the political support, which we found from our work. It's extremely important because especially when you work with governments, if political support is not there, then it's really hard to do gender responsive budgeting. But we work as well with policy people and with budget people. Of course, data analysis tools and are extremely important, especially sex desegregated data. But still here, we see that even in the countries when sex desegregated data are available, they are not being used for evidence-based policy analysis. So it's very hard, and I will go back to public officials, but it's not only public officials. I see this from civil society side as well. We see that there is difficulties to put faces in the numbers, like in the gender data that we see, and to properly create the data, the stories outside of this sex desegregated data. So data literacy, use of sex desegregated data, not only to make policies, but to at the same time to identify key performance indicators and to measure and evaluate the success. The fourth component, I would say accountability mechanisms. And when it comes to the importance of the accountability mechanisms, I see very much a huge role of Supreme Audit institutions. As UN Women, we started to work with Supreme Audit institutions across the region. And we saw that when Supreme Audit institutions comes with performance audit and compliance audit, we didn't do much work with financial audit. Then we saw that the impact is much bigger. And when the Supreme Audit comes with the recommendations, governments are obliged to reply back. And they are obliged to do an action plan and to follow. But not only that, Supreme Audit institutions support civil society organizations and parliaments with strong arguments towards gender equality. And through the Supreme Audit institutions, we are able to influence several discussions at the parliament level. Then it's extremely important, and it's been said during the 2 days, that gender responsive budgeting should be linked with the financing and investment decisions. I completely agree with the previous panel when they were saying that although GRB, we see it, it is embedded in the many, like in the budget laws, in the budget circular. When the investment decisions have been made, we see a huge gap on gender analysis. And here, when it comes to investments, I want to bring to the attention the government constantly does public-private partnership. They do a lot of procurement when gender is completely missing. And we still see gender mostly embedded in the social protection and in social field. But then when you see what is the largest budget of the government is the one which is going in investments. And then the question is how much from this big budget of investments is benefiting women and girls? So like the role of civil society organizations is gigantic. And I see the role of civil society not only at national level. We have excellent experience at local level. And we worked very closely with Maria before at local level in North Macedonia when they were doing watchdog reports. But it's not only that. We see a huge gap on knowledge and information to the general population, and especially women. In most of the case, they are either not interested or they do not link the quality of life that they are having with the budget at local level. And bringing this voice and making them able to come at municipality and to vocal their voice, it's another way of making participatory processes more gender sensitive and making sure that investments at local level really targets the needs of women and girls. And of course, civil society organizations are extremely important at national level when we design policies and laws and during the whole process, on even after the implementation has been done, the transparency, accountability, etc. So looking ahead, I was thinking like we are now in a stage when many international organizations are pushing for digitalization of public finance management reform. And here I would quote Diane when she was saying before that digitalization doesn't come always with with good outcomes. And like in countries when IFMIS is now in the stage of digitalization, e-procurement, e-budgeting, revenue system. So all of us, which we are feminist economists, we need to be able and be ready to really see how this digitalization process is going, how much this is linked with transparency, with participation, with accountability, with inclusion. Like we need to see these dashboards that they are producing now. Are they, can citizens, normal citizens can understand what they are putting out there? Or participatory tools that are extremely important, how they will be done through the digitalization processes. And at the end, what I wanted to say is that it's important to connect gender responsive budgeting with the wider financing ecosystem. And here I want to include not only national budget, but the work that IFIs are doing, development banks are doing, and of course, private investments. So because we know that we need, in order to have a real transformation, we need proper investments. Investments in care system, investments in social and physical infrastructure, in employment and skills, in services that reduce time poverty. So my final message, and I will stop here, is that when we talk about gender responsive budgeting, I think we do not talk about adding gender to the budget. It's completely a different approach how we should see it. It's about changing how public money are allocated, how they are tracked, how are they being held accountable. So commitments translate to real improvement to the lives of women and girls, and especially to those which are most marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mira. Thank you very much for your interesting insights. And I need to say, for respecting the time as the first panelist, this is very good setting the tone for the rest of your colleagues. When I was listening to you, this expression that you use, the gender budgeting does not live in a vacuum. This to me, I think is more or less the sentence of the year, because we're trying to do advocacy on MFF in a very interesting context politically. Sometimes policymakers are not responding to things that they were actually supporting in the past. And I'm just thinking out loud, my work in Brussels, when I speak about gender budgeting, is received in a certain way. But for example, as a Bulgarian woman, if I even mention the word gender to a Bulgarian policymaker, they close totally. So this vacuum that we exist, unfortunately, has been broken for good or bad, and we need to face the reality of how policymakers hear the word gender, understand or misunderstand the word gender, and the whole expression of gender budgeting. So thank you very much for giving your global perspective on that. We'll come back to Mira, so if you have some questions, collect them now, and once we have all of the interventions, we'll go back to questions again. Speaking about working across the board and trying to reach out different policymakers, with us today we also have Marion Bocker. She's a renowned human rights and gender budgeting expert coming from Berlin. So a lot of grassroots, but then also global and international experience. She has authored books on gender budgeting, one of the first in Germany. And we just discussed that before we started. She started on this topic in 1993 when I started primary school. So I feel very, very like there is a lot of respect on the table to the expertise you all bring. And without any further ado, I would like to give you the floor. Marion, she's part of many organizations, also currently an executive member of the European Women's Lobby. So I'm sure you have a lot to share. I will open the presentation for you and you can...
Yes, thank you so much. Maybe I tell you a story which we can take as an example for imaging gender budgeting in the public. In 1993, we had in Münster, Westphalia, in the city council, demanded gender budgeting, and there was a anniversary of 400 years of being a city, and we did it for 2 years until a big first gender budgeting conference in 1995, and then for making it public, not only in the newspaper but and in the political networks, we put a big poster with our demands for gender budgeting. Why? Because it's for human rights, it is for women's rights, it's for democracy. And then we nailed it to the door, the wooden old door of the old house of our city mayor's house. Why? It was like copying what Martin Luther has done, the Protestant initiator in Germany. He nailed his Protestant demands to the door of a church in his city. And people understood this historical copy-paste, and maybe in future we can nail something on some doors in EU or in your city council houses somewhere else. Just an example. The national experiences, for example, well, it's
Towards the laptop, it should work.
okay. No.
I can try to fix it. Maybe you can just speak on the first slide. I'll try to fix it.
Anyhow, the first slide shows something about where implementation of the outcome was gainful for all women and men. It was an important argument for gender budgeting implementation. This we needed to highlight and publish everywhere for each processes, or in books, booklets, or in our reports and discussions and dialogues. And see on our webpage of European Women's Lobby, there's the tool of our project 2019 to 2021 before the EU implemented, because of these projects and our dialogues with the EU and EU Commission and everyone, the gender budgeting. And this is very important to convince men, because men and women are sitting in our decision-making units. No? So gender budgeting is not only asking for more money for women and women's NGOs. Yes, if there are cuts, and now in the liquid crisis, it is a big problem or big issue, but it can, at least if you steer and control your budget lines, and the projects or the measures will be changed and improved, then men and boys are also profiting from what women are doing or what gender budgeting will show. And this, we should also collect some examples to show them, so that men and women can join and decide and vote for gender budgeting. And there in Germany and other EU member states, mainly we have only gender budgeting at local level. It's much more than on national level. Look at the OECD table which Diane has presented. It was not shown. It was not, we should do it in our research in future, show in which kind of local communities or even federal state level there is gender budgeting, or what we have, especially almost through Europe, every country which has a national action plan on 1325, women, peace and security, not everyone, but many have added to their second or third national action plan a kind of matrix of the kind of objectives, measures, indicators, and money. And so sometimes gender budgeting, even at this year's when feminist foreign policy was included, gender budgeting has been included. So some national ministries might already be open or practicing gender budgeting. Let us show this, because make a big positive showcase shows even that, and encourages the stakeholders in these units and administrations, that they will go ahead and improve and increase and build a full table of gender budgeting. And in our few federal ministries, Austria and Sweden, it is the same. They have assessments and gender budgeting. And there we have some countries, like Austria was the best example, very early started, I think 2013, to have it in the constitution and to make it legal. You can implement it. We have mentioned it already in financial plans, but the problem with financial plans is they change every one, or if you have a double budget year, then every 2 years. So somebody can remove it. Another government, another ideological government can then change it or just delete it. It's better to make it really as a really binding character in some other issues, and we have seen that even some local practicing communities like Munich is only working on 5 or 6 portfolios on gender budgeting, not the other ones, as you said, investigations, but also, it will be stopped, or some countries and even some communities, and they just withdraw in the last years. So this is good examples, but we have to see where we have to even practicize it and initiate it again. We also initiate and encourage, strengthen the civil society who is working for gender budget, because they're also sometimes disappointed. And the binding character is more binding if we do it not only in the constitution, but maybe we create a kind of national action plan for gender budgeting, or EU action plan of gender budgeting, because then there's maybe something like a roadmap or even an EU gender budgeting strategy, which then has all these dialogues as now the roadmap for gender equality or the gender equality strategy with all stakeholders and the civil society, us and experts. And then another issue would be that we work for and demand an EU directive. And the other issue, I have talked with the CEDAW committee. Maybe the CEDAW committee creates in the future a kind of general recommendation on gender budgeting, because since 2004, the CEDAW committee has, after our German alternative report on gender budgeting, then spread even the question and answer and demands for gender budgeting to all member states in the review session and the concluding observations. So they are very much pro gender budgeting, because gender budgeting is also human rights budgeting. And what we have to include in the EU is, as it was said before, not only EU member states, but moreover the 27 member states, the accession countries should do it. And we have a neighborhood program. We should also make analysis. And this neighborhood program promotes all kinds of gender equality or other projects all around the world. So this should be also included, not excluded, because it should be a complete gender budgeting process and must be then worked out in partnership with the kind of accession national level countries who should be brought together, and then also the accession countries and with the partnership member like Pakistan or other countries in the diplomacy, like the consulates or the embassies or whatever institution we have in the other countries. And then
Point it this way.
Again,
Straight towards the laptop. You do want me to change it?
it has gone back. I don't know.
I can. No, I can do it.
It's not working.
Can I help?
It's disappeared. Sorry for this. So the next slide, I wanted to make it short. You get the slides. Okay. No. You get the slides from all of us, so I can't read this all out, but the legal procedure goes very much back, and I want to also make it very exciting, telling you that her story of gender budgeting goes back to 1791 in the booklet of Olympe de Gouges, Le droit de la femme. Artikel 13 und 15 spricht darüber, dass Frauen, die Steuern zahlen, auch das Recht haben, in der Verwaltung die Ausgaben der Steuergelder mitzubestimmen und in der Verwaltung zu 50% zu arbeiten. Oh, sorry. I don't remember something changes suddenly. Sorry, I want to make. I switched to German. Well, in 1791, Olympe de Gouges, in her booklet Le droit de la femme, she in Article 13 and 15, she wrote about gender budgeting already. Her idea was not using this term, but she said that women who pay tax in France and in other countries, they have the right to be in the administration as an employee, but also to design and define how the tax money in the budget will be invested and for what, and they should be decision makers. And there are more issues about this in these 3 articles. Maybe you can find it, and it's very interesting that it's such an old idea. And then in 1914, when the First World War started, and 1930, when the Second World War started, the women's peace movement, the feminist peace movement, and other pacifists, they started with some rhetorics. Please stop the budget for militarization. We need the budget for hospitals, childcare, hospitals, care work, for schools, for education, all this. It was a rhetoric. But it was then taken up in the 1980s from Women's International League for Peace and Freedom in US, because they made a women's budget plan. And there was a strategy paper against poverty in Africa and Latin America and in Asian countries. And now in the 1980s, the women in Africa sit under the tree in their communities and debated and decided about the budget. And women said, we must define it as well, must be for women. So their gender budgeting terminology was also created, not only in Europe. And it is very interesting that then in the UN decade, it was published everywhere, this paper against poverty. And then we had it not in the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in CEDAW, but CEDAW started later with this. But what they then said later, after our alternative report is now speaking out for gender budgeting, and we make it more binding. And in all the kind of these Beijing issues, there was a short issue of gender budgeting. Beijing +5 was increased because I was there, and the Kenyan woman who led the delegation of Kenya, she brought more of the language into it, and then the EU took it over in the year 2000. Then we had 2001, this conference of finance ministers who said 2015, EU will have implemented gender budgeting.
On this note, I would ask you if possible to pause for now, and we can go back a bit later, because we also need to have a bit of a balance and your time is ending. So if you can wrap up until this point for the next minute, I'll be very grateful.
Yeah, there's more. You can read it all later. But CSW has also taken up in the agreed conclusion all these kind of issues on gender budgeting for many, many years. So this is soft law. This is the problem, makes it kind of weak. And in the gender budgeting methodology, it must be inserted in 100% of budget of the MFF. What we said is horizontal. And to say it that it is legally binding in the EU, we can also point out that in the Lisbon Treaty, also in the European Charter of Human Rights, it is mentioned that gender mainstream, gender budgeting for gender equality has to be there. And then also to define, which many people say it's so difficult, indicators. You can just go along the CEDAW Convention or other human rights convention or the EU directives. Every part, every right it is mentioned, you can ask which objectives, by which measures for this objective, and then which indicators. Sometimes you can go to the World Bank. They have a lot of catalogs of these indicators, but the human rights catalogs are also catalogs for indicators. Use it, because it is not only for women, it is gender and human rights budgeting, and the targets and indicators, and they have to be withdrawn from there. It helps a lot. But what we need is benchmarks. It will help really for progress if you say in 5 years, this success should be implemented, and then the next 5 years we do this and this. It makes it a better methodology.
Thank you very much, Marion. I think it's very impressive what you're describing.
I'm not, you know my presentation, I have to.
I know, but we also have to respect the time so everybody can have a chance. And we can go back to some of the points that you want to make later on. I understand, but we already gave a few minutes more, and that would make Zefi and Jennifer talk less. So I
Okay.
think that thank you very much for now.
No, sorry, I have to mention some, it's very short.
We will have a round of questions, and maybe the time that is for you, you can describe again.
No, sorry, let me mention these little issues. There's some projects, which Lighthouse project, which has included only 8 member states. What we want to include is, or expand, is that they have to include now 27 member states of the EU, and they should do training in their countries and with all of the other stakeholders. And there are more things I can say to this later. And then along the directive implementation, there is an example, the directive for pay transparency, for example. Say to the men and everybody that if you go along and make gender budgeting, if pay gap will be deleted, there will be 132 billion more in the EU because more women have skills and improving and producing their capacities into the labor market. And this also shows there are some more examples I tell later. And
later.
Well, read this quote.
Thank you very much, Marion. Thank you very much for the international overview of how gender budgeting worked. Also, the historic background check. At least I didn't know that details, and I think that you kept us very much on our toes, switching languages, so we can follow with our full attention span. Okay, well then I think that from the next part, when it comes back to you, I'll be very happy to dig in deeper on, would you think an action plan or a directive or a CEDAW recommendation would be the thing that really initiates the next more impactful existence of gender budgeting? But we can leave this for the second round. Now I'm very glad to introduce Zefi, wait for it, Dimadama. Okay, Zefi Dimadama. She's a university professor who specializes on European and regional studies in the Pantheon University. She holds a master's degree in regional development, and she had really different positions throughout her career, including women and oceans, regional development, women and transportation. So really a variety of topics and areas where she worked. Today, Zefi will be focusing also on the experience of Greece and what we can learn, because I think that sometimes we forget that when we speak about Europe, there is also the Balkans. There is also countries which have achievements that sometimes are not showcased as much as we should showcase them. So thank you very much, Zefi, for being with us. Do you need some support with the PowerPoint?
Let's see. Okay, yes, it's okay.
Okay, yeah. You just need to, again, full screen it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think it's okay.
Yes.
Huh? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation to be here with you. Thank you, Mary, for this initiative. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I think that it is something that we need to have in European Union level and in our countries. I'd like to say something. When I was Secretary General of Greece in the issues of equality and human rights, when I start discussion about gender budgeting, all people say to me, oh, fed up, Zefi, stop it. Everything connected with gender. We cannot understand that. Foreign affair policies, university, and now budget again, women, girls, gender and everything. That means that people, they don't understand what we're talking about, especially in Greece. And we need to explain very clearly that it is a tool, but it's not a tool just to have another thing, let's say, in our office. No, we need to understand that, as Ermira said, this is not something technical. This is not technical. This is not something specific that we need to have a law and then we go to the parliament and discuss and say all these things about that, but to be part of our mentality and part of our strategies. Gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting, this is something that we need to have together in our minds. I have few slides. I will go further because I need to respect the time and we have time to discuss between us. So we are not something technical. It's the public budget. It's never neutral. especially in Greece, and I think in most of the countries in EU, and not only, we have a lot of policies, activities that focus men more than women, boys than girls, and we need to go further and inside to find out what's happening with this issue. So the gender balance is something that is about democracy, justice, and we need to focus on this direction. And women's rights, sorry to say again and again, it's a human rights. Something not clear. We don't understand in Greece, but not only, say again, that we need to have equal opportunities. And equal opportunities means equal financial way of working, of living, of have our startups, our dreams. I say to my students, men and women, girls and boys, that we need to have separate, to have this balance. We don't want to be the front of you and you have to go back. And we are now here so many decades up. No, we need this balance to have our view. And we need our view in our budget. In our budget, in the local level, in the regional level, in the national level. So I will go on with that in order to understand some few things. Okay, we have the equality issue in Greece and the equity and equality in our constitution. We have the Article 4. We have, you can see, all these policies to face the inequalities. Yes, very good. But when we start this discussion in 2019, earlier, but 2019, we have a law about the gender balance, gender mainstreaming in Greece. And this was something very, very important because this first step is the law, and the other thing is the implementation of the law. Because if we have everything in our law materials, etc., and in the parliament somewhere around here, and there's no audit, no implementation, nothing, we don't have anything to say. So we have 2019, this law 4604, and it is the turning point. And this is the first step to put this issue about gender equality, gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting in our national plan, 2021 to 2025, and now to the new one that we have already prepared. What do we try to do? Well, we try to have this plan in our National Council for Gender Equality. We have the Secretary General and we have the KETHI. This is a research center. This is the two mechanisms, the two official organization that we have in Greece. So we have to adapt this issue here, there, in our council, but also we take the decision in this national plan to have the gender budgeting in ministries, in academia, in civil society organization, in local and regional affairs. What that means? To have this approach in our minds, in also to understand what's happening and to have the awareness to the people, to understand what we talk about. So we decided to have this gender budgeting in the Ministry of Finance, in the budget of the Minister of Cohesion and Family, and start working with our staff. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. From the law, from what we say that, yes, great, what an idea, wow. To do that step by step in everyday life of the Minister of Local Authorities, it was a nightmare. Everything say, we cannot do that. We cannot understand. What do you mean with all these things? So when we have the first evaluation in 2014, I was Secretary General, and the Greek Minister of Finance reported to OECD and say that, yes, we have a law for gender budgeting, but we're not used it in practice. And they say the same advice to us. Please, you have the law, do it. We try hard. I'm not so sure, but okay, we try to have it. So as you have already said, we have some rules, and we need to go step by step to these rules. And we need to put that in the policy decision making. I will go next to I have 4 minutes, something or more. Okay, well, I'm afraid because as academician, I'm going inside, I can talk for 3 hours, so I'm afraid a little. Okay. The core problem, when we start this discussion, everything and everyone and whatever say, yes, a great idea. But when we go to the minister, to the mayor and say, come on, let's see what's happening with the budget here, what we have to do, maybe next year. Yeah, good idea, but we're not very well prepared, and whatever. So here we have the problem, a gap between the law and the practice. We need to have the indicators that we have and make the evaluation. We need to be sure that we push, because we need to push for all these things, for gender mainstreaming, for gender budgeting. The politicians, the civil society have a very strong role. As Marion said, we need different stakeholders to come with us. We don't want to be the minister to take the decision to do that on the mayor or whatever. We need all together and the private sector to be part of this issue. Just to have all these different approaches, because there's a different approach for gender budgeting in the mayor level, in the local level, in the regional level. So we need to focus here and try to find what's happening here and how we will go on. And I'd like to say that as you see in this slide, yes, okay, the central problem, inequality issues that we have in declaration, we have general rules, and we have all these things. It's the funding. We need to fund money to organize all the things and to have measurable targets. We don't have to say that, okay, we need a budget for ourselves because we want to have startups or enterprises or whatever, or to have any academician, something, a research or whatever. But we need to have measurable targets. And that means that we have to be part of this issue. As you say, and as I have already said, we need to have this visibility in the public budget. The visibility to understand that here is the issue, here is what we do, and this is the results. It's not something, okay, I like this motto for the TikTok and this motto for the Twitter, whatever. No, we need specific issue, and we need to promote that in Greece, in Europe, and everywhere. This is my approach, and I strongly believe that we need to go on with these commitments, not because it's something that, okay, come again and say the same issues. No, we need to work and have institutionally recognized political acknowledgement, preparatory work, training, initiatives. We need to have conference like that and spread that to our social media, to the LinkedIn. We have so many women here to spread that, the social media. The social media is one of the basic way to come to the society, to the young men, women, whatever, to all of us, because we are all of us part of this issue. And just to clarify, that this gap between the law, and I insist on that, and the practical implementation is huge. As the gap, the pay gap, as the issues of the balance that we say before. So in Greece, we need to make a specific strategy step by step, and with timetable. And I think this is something that we have to do all of our countries. And I'm finalized. I strongly believe, and we need to shout this issue, that the gender budgeting, the gender mainstreaming, the gender equality issues, it's matter of democracy. It's matter of justice. It's not just another policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Zefi.
Thank you very much for your insights. I think it's very interesting to spark our curiosity from somebody who was trying to push for the change from within the institution, because a lot of us are academics or people who work in civil society, and we sometimes get desperate and disappointed by the lack of action from the institutions, but sometimes we forget we also have allies from within who are also disappointed and depressed. No, thank you for sharing. This was really interesting. And I must also say that when you were talking about the synchronization of systems, I've been thinking about this yesterday, and I'm sure that you all have witnessed as well that we are speaking about sharing of values and synchronization of values, but also where are the men? Even in our event, where are the men? We're not talking only about gender all the time. We say it's not only about women, but then where are the men? So I think this is also a bit of an open topic for maybe the next conference that Mary will host us in Nicosia next year, maybe. Yes. Well, you were a very good host. No, but I think that the mayor Harambus, what was his name? Sorry, but he's a great ally, and maybe he can be a host of a potential conference where actually men speak about gender budgeting. So that would be a new thing. Okay, thank you very much again, Zefi, for being with us today. Now we're actually flying across oceans and continents. Yes, Jennifer. With us today we have Jennifer Curtin, who is a professor from Auckland, and she has authored so many books and so many interesting articles on the topic of gender budgeting, on the topic of care, on the topic of women and money, more or less. She also has, I was really impressed to read that she has actually supervised over 20 PhD students. So anyone who works in academia, you know how much patience that requires. So thank you very much for being with us today and sharing your experience. Please, the floor is yours.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. That is our Indigenous language. I just want to say thank you for letting me be here. And I also want to endorse the heartfelt thanks to the organisers, Elizabeth, Mary, Maya, many others I know. I want to begin by just noting that this is what I call a pracademic project that I've been undertaking, I suppose, since 1990, when I did my master's thesis on the New Zealand's Ministry of Women's Affairs that was established. These are the establishment women on the top in 1984. And what I want to do in my brief intervention today is to underscore the importance of networks like this to giving those of us who are working at the far-flung corners of the world hope, but also for knowledge transfer, both academic, from CSOs, from government agencies and international organisations. It's really been such an amazing experience for me and is giving me some really good energy in a time when we are dealing with a coalition government that has disestablished gender responsive budgeting. So I think it's important to see what you are working on as sustaining and shaping the future of gender budgeting. But also what I want to do in this paper is bring a little bit of my academic side to it, to make sense of the case of New Zealand and why it is that what we've actually seen are ebbs and flows in the securing gender budgeting or other aspects of gender analysis. And I don't have knowledge of the technicalities of gender budgeting the way you all do, so I can't talk about the details of New Zealand's implementation. I suppose what I'm talking about more is agenda setting and visibility, and to build next steps in our Public Policy Institute's research agenda in this space. So I established the Public Policy Institute at the University of Auckland in 2017, and our first large science grant was to design a gender responsive budgeting strategy for New Zealand. And we won $1 million, which isn't very much in euros, but anyway, to do that work. And we were influential in a very quiet sort of a way. So what this paper does, or this short presentation does, is just briefly gives you an overview of the ebbs and flows of gender analysis and budgeting. So our project is called GRAB New Zealand, Gender Responsive Analysis and Budgeting, because the analytical skills we've heard about, competencies, capability, are just as important as the instruments. So we have to have people who know how to use them and who have a passion for them. And what the second little image shows is that in 1988, the Ministry for Women gave consideration to a research project evaluating the use of women's budget statements internationally with a view to possible introduction of a women's budget program in New Zealand. Ironically, the Australian examples would have been the model, but the work did not proceed. So we see that this knowledge transfer and this sharing of ideas and so on has pre-existed or has existed for a long time. And so this is what we've been doing, is using archival work, interviews, OECD data, international networks like this, research and practices and academic articles to try and trace and to make sense of the ebbs and flows in New Zealand. And what we find is that our successful initiatives have often been followed by erasure, and we try to make sense of this by thinking about institutional inertia, resistance, and amnesia. And what are our conclusions, in case I don't get to them, is that it's a question, how do we overcome memory loss? And I think it's about this space, that we continue to connect academic researchers, international gender budgeting networks, and think of ourselves as epistemic assets for knowledge transfer and retention. So what do we look like in New Zealand? Well, there have been incremental iterations of gender analysis tools. The 1980s was when we, from 84 to 90, had some big advances. That's when our Ministry of Women's Affairs was established. We had policy checklists brought in, impact statements, pre-cabinet sign-offs, and probably most important for New Zealand, which has close to 20% Indigenous peoples. We had a self-determining Māori women's policy unit that got to decide what policies mattered for Indigenous women separately within the Ministry for Women. But then we get to the 1990s, and New Zealand was a new public management advocate. And as a result of that, we see reforms and reviews. Too much consultation was a common theme with women's organisations, that this agency was there to serve the minister, not women in the community, that it was performing poorly. They did introduce a gender analysis toolkit, but there was high staff turnover, limited resourcing and training. They disbanded the Māori Women's Policy Unit. The Minister for Women was moved from inside cabinet to outside cabinet and was only brought in to discuss women's issues. So that's just an isolating experience in itself. And the removal of CAB sub sign-off was done by stealth, and I can tell you how that happened. It was because of me looking on the website, but another time, and just in case the government's watching this, I won't say any more about that. But recently we've seen some renewed developments. So the gender analysis tool was rejigged, lots of input from the Canadian model, and it's called Bringing Gender In. And our team were really important, quiet assisters of the Ministry for Women in developing this tool. It's still there. It's had a revamp, but I'm just not sure how much it's utilised. That's something we're trying to trace now. We also saw during this time that the Treasury guidance, CBACs it's called, and other guidelines didn't explicitly talk about gender, but they did demand that they ask the who question when they were doing their bids, mostly for new spend, which is a very small part of the budget, when they were making their value proposition. And then the examples of the who directed budget officials to go to the Bringing Gender In tool. So it was sort of like a quiet piece of guidance that predated our gender budgeting. In 2022, Treasury and our Ministry for Women, so Treasury is our Ministry of Finance, and Ministry for Women trialled a gender budgeting initiative. And this was done just with shoulder tapping 5 agencies and asked them to trial a tool that I was able to review with the Ministry for Women before it was launched. And it was quite successful. And so they launched the whole thing with 300 bids for new money. 100 of those it wasn't mandatory, 100 of those 300 new money bids had gender analysis embedded throughout and were funded as a result. However, we have a right-wing, centre-right / libertarian right coalition government now, and so gender budgeting was removed in 2024. So how to make sense of this? What we know is institutional memory is created through the accumulation of lessons absorbed into formal rules, laws, structures, operating procedures, and it's recorded in manuals, policy documents, and digital archives. And then we see preservation of how we used to do things through informal norms, storytelling, and the broader governance framework. However, we're always competing with institutional amnesia that can be caused by, it can be intentional or it can be unintentional, like a burgeoning digital information load, inadequate record keeping, constant restructuring or organizational churn, bounded capacity for absorption, so too many analytical models that agencies, officials have to work with, and so on. And most recently, what we've seen in New Zealand with the departure of Jacinda Ardern as our Prime Minister, and also our wellbeing budgeting framework, at least the political lens, is a deconstruction of political legacy. So they're trying to ask us to forget what went before. So given this, what are the mechanisms then for remembering? And here our argument is that pracademic networks are best seen as epistemic assets for the work that you do, as well as the work that happens within the academy. So continuing to consolidate cross-sectoral knowledge of what has gone before. So building institutional histories, doing the research, recording the insights, and having repositories to support the recognition of socio-cultural precursors for the new practices, because nothing is done from scratch. There is always a layering of new ways of doing. Drawing from less accessible sources, and these can be garnered, we think, through the development of trust-rich relationships and networks with the folks like you. Capacity building, teaching, manuals, modules. We are trying to learn from you all in this space so that we can develop as academics training modules and short courses for civil society organisations. And we also in New Zealand are seeking to normalise intersectional but also Indigenous-centred and south to north sharing of good practice and analysis, that we shouldn't just be focusing on what is done well in the global north. And finally, thinking about creating connections through networks for longevity. So non-government and international organisations, advocacy groups, pracademics are really important to supporting ongoing knowledge transfer, policy actor resilience, and public understanding. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you so much, Jennifer. First of all, thank you very much for respecting the time. And second of all, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I think that you very well described how policy and politics coexist and sometimes try to kill each other for the good or bad of activists. But thank you very much also for underlining that sometimes a lot of those policies that we push for end up being performative and tokenistic. So it's really, really important that you keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you for the insight of your work. So now it's actually time for you. Dear participants, I already got some feedback from the online participants on my WhatsApp, so they like what we're doing here, by the way. This is a good sign. They have not fallen asleep for the afternoon. I now want to encourage you to ask questions because I was super strict with all of our panelists, so now we can have good discussion, because that was some of the feedback from yesterday, that people really wanted to have more interactions. Now is the time to do that. Please, we can take 2-3 questions at a time. With your hand raised, take the mic, say who you are, and go, please.
Okay, can you hear? Now? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Very, very interesting presentations. I have a very specific interest for the Greek case, as I am Greek. It's true that only today I Googled before this session and I realized that we have a law, there is a law in Greece, which is not being implemented. So I wanted to ask because Mr. Madama mentioned that the need of the targets, etc. In Greece, who is responsible of setting these targets? Who is responsible of drafting any guidelines or even monitoring and having a real strategy? Because I was just wondering, last year I attended a very interesting conference in Belgrade with supreme audit institutions of the Western Balkans. And it was really a great methodology what they presented there on how they monitor gender budgeting. And I was wondering, because they are not in EU member states and still they do not have some resources that we have as EU member states, or even guidelines or guidance from other EU member states. So who would be responsible in our case, in Greece case, to have this, to set these targets and plan this strategy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. We'll answer in a minute. Can I have two more questions? Yeah, from the audience. Speaking about Belgrade and Serbia, power to our Serbian sisters who are protesting already for over an year. So, yes, please, Stan.
Thank you, a great panel. I just wanted to reinforce this point and appreciate this point about the history. Marianne gave us on her slides some history. She couldn't go through it all, but I was reading down it. So I think it's important to remember that history. I think Zephy for Greece was thinking about the recent history. You know, we started with this and we were supposed to do that, but where did it go and where are we now? And Jennifer was talking about this longer duration of history. And I do think it's important that we remember this and capture this. I think I had experience recently in talking to young women in South Africa who didn't really understand what the history of the women's budget work in South Africa was. And a big problem there was the early work wasn't digitized. It's paper copies of reports and books, and they don't have easy access to them. So I think we may also need to think as a good use of digitization is to think about digitizing some of these early documents so that younger people can have access to them. I wondered if this was on Jennifer's horizon at all. But just Jennifer, also a final shout out to say, so glad on your last slide you had the Women's Budget Group Women Count booklet, and then the Australia version of that. So we were very pleased to see that collaboration with people in Australia who've also gone, as you have, this up and down as the government has changed. But the story in Australia is a bit happier at the moment because they've got a progressive government, or sort of progressive government again, and gender budgeting is back on the agenda. So I think we never have to give up. We always have to be ready when there's new political opportunities.
Thank you very much. Your introspection made me reflect a bit on the fact that it's really problematic we see gender budgeting as a progressive value. I think really also needs to go back maybe to saying that women's rights are not progressive, like women's rights are women's rights. So this is also something that I think is dying between the politics and the policies battle. Okay, last question for this round. Anybody super enthusiastic? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Daniela Jenkins from Women's Budget Group UK. My question is for Amira, because you were talking about digitalization, AI, and the future. And I would just be interested to understand your perspective in terms of some of the direct risks that you see as we think around the future of work and how gender might be considered within that space.
Thank you very much. Mira, would you mind starting, because you were the first to speak and it's been a while that we've heard from you. So I think we can just start from you and then Zephy and then yeah.
First, I want to follow what Diane was saying about historic and how we digitalize all what has been done so far. And I think this is a huge gap, actually. And it's not only the gap on the history, what has been done so far, but I think it's a huge gap on communicating on gender responsive budgeting. Like, we've been 2 days here sharing so much, like so many experiences. And if you go in the website, it's very little. And like when you ask people in the ground what's going on with GRB, they do not understand what we are talking about, because we are not yet able to make it simple, and we are not yet able to communicate what can be achieved as a result of GRB work. And I can tell you, I'm suffering a lot with my organization, because they are telling me to tell human stories, like what is the impact of the work that we do as a result of GRB. And I'm trying to connect how to link a woman in a rural area, which is benefiting from the subsidy grants, because UN Women is supporting the work with Ministry of Agriculture while they are designing the subsidy grants. So how do we make these connections, and how do we communicate? This is something which are important. While now coming back to the digitalization, like we've been supporting many countries on integration, tracking and tagging system in the IFMIS system in the Ministry of Finance. And I have to say, from my experience, this is in many cases becomes just a tagging exercise. So people tag because they need to tag it, because the Ministry of Finance is asking. And in this case, I think we are not getting the best of the digitalization, because this is not linked with the proper gender analysis. It's not linked about why we are tagging. What is the outcome, what we want to achieve? And in many cases, and here I want to return back to what Diane was saying, we need to think today of strategic investments on gender equality. It's not about tagging. We have countries which they can tell us today that they increase the budgetary allocation from 1 to 10% compared with what they have before. Are we achieving gender equality? Although we have it in the digitalization that we have 10% of the budget. I'm afraid not, because we don't know if this 10% of budget is allocated where it is needed more. So this is my first reflection. The second one is, like, with digitalization, I'm not yet sure how much women from vulnerable groups have access. We know that internet connection is not available, computer is not available. We were testing once at local level, in fact, on prioritization of the budget at local level through the cell phones. And then we recognize that not everyone has a cell phone which has internet connection and can easily use the application. So the digitalization and the application is there, but it's not useful. And the last point that I wanted to say is regarding what we are putting online as a digitalization process, what type of reports. And we know that the government reports, especially on budget, are very complicated. You have it there, but then it's so hard for people to understand what this number means, because it is not linked with outcome, outputs, objectives, activities, etc., etc. So you get the figure and it is there, and government can be proud. They say, oh, we have public access, the data are there, but it cannot be used. So I can go over on this, but I know Maya will hit me if I don't stop.
I'm the kindest moderator in the world.
You are.
Come on.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. I think that it's very important what you're saying, and I would have not actually interrupted you, but I think that we can go also for a second round if we keep it. No, thank you. No. So Zefi, now you had a very concrete question regarding Greece. I think this is actually a very good question, because if there is a law, who the hell is responsible and accountable for implementing it, and why is it not done? It's a very concrete question.
We know most of the times in our countries, in EU, not only countries, I have my PhD in Germany, this is another issue, in Greece, in France, but in Balkans, in Mediterranean, we're more, enthusiastic and have our rules, let's say. I don't like, but that's the truth. Well, let's say the Secretary General of Equality and Human Rights is responsible for the gender budgeting with a specific committee, the observatory that we have, Observatory for Gender Equality, that we have the whole data, instead with the Hellenic Statistic Services, the Statistical Authority. Well, we work together, but we have another committee And that would, for the period that we start discussion under the Prime Minister, because Prime Minister wants to have a national policy for the issues of gender equality and human rights that working coordinate with the Secretary General. So when we have these two different, a committee, observatory, and the Secretary General with a key that try to coordinate the whole situation, it was good at the beginning. There was two issues that they complicate or make more complicated this audit, let's say. The first one is that we don't have specific data. In Secretary General, we have these indicators, we have all this issue, we have pushed this issue to the minister, to the local authorities. And when we have three ministers that they try to have a pilot project, they told us that we don't have data. We cannot show if all these things implement, we need some years. Okay, this is not something strange, but we know we want something, okay, very basic, just to say that you try to do that, what were the problems and what was the positives and the negative issue, to work together with the Secretary General. No answer. So I think that the second thing is that when we don't have one who is responsible for the implementation, the rules, the guides for a new policy, it's a little complicated. So this is the official way of working, the gender mainstreaming and the gender budgeting in Greece. Now, the last year that I have finalized my term there, I don't know exactly how they go on with the situation. But I think that the issues of data and statistical analysis, it is something that it's a problematic. And this is the basis. If we don't have this data of how these things goes on, which is the problems or whatever, you know, yeah. When we start research, we need to have data and to be in a periodically way the whole procedure. Another issue is that I will say between us, not to go out of this door, is that when we changed the minister, because our Secretary General of Equality is now under the umbrella of the Minister of Cohesion and Family. We take it from at the beginning, it was under the Minister of Labor. Now we go for the family. Okay. The equality, human rights, it's not just family, it's other.
You can be single and have rights, is what you mean.
But okay, I forget that. Okay, well, if you change the minister or the Secretary General and there's no stable strategic with specific steps, in Greece, I can say with the hand in my heart, we don't have this continuity in our policies. And this is a really bad issue for not only for gender budgeting, but for many policies, especially for women somehow. Yeah, and human rights.
Thank you very much. I think you framed it very well when it comes to this, again, synchronization of system and the interinstitutional dialogue. When it's missing, it's just job not well done. We started already from what you said, the importance of data and remembering that we don't need to reinvent the wheel with gender budgeting. So I would like to ask now Marion and Jennifer to reflect. I think a combination of both questions of the audience regarding the history. So please.
Yes, thank you, Diane, for these remarks. History could be always a part of not only Olympic Rouge, but all of our legal issues, even if it is soft law, at the beginning of our manuals for this, of books, of whatever, so that everybody, even African women, Latin American, Asian women, will learn this and can add from their regions also their information and their her story. Her story is in the Beijing +5 document adopted as a other term, not only his, it's his and her story. And I think it is important because in the beginning of the 80s, with this strategy anti-poverty program, there was also lots of African women who have developed gender budgeting, and Tanzania and Rwanda and some other, South Africa definitely, and more. They have been very strong and model countries. Maybe they have also withdrawn a little bit, but we could collect them on table again, because we should recommend our European Union to work together with African Union, with other regions on the tables, and have also NGO forum aside and on the table. Yes. And this will be something we should work for. And then there's something specific. When in Berlin we started with gender budgeting, we also got our training into the Academy for Administration. And what is the result now is more and more young women who want to work, or men in administration. They're coming and saying, where's gender budgeting? I've learned it. You don't do it really completely. They are very astonished. And the younger generation is a very supporting, maybe, progressive force, which we should welcome and put to our table. And then even young ones, you have youth forums in the CSW and somewhere else. Even in the EU now, they talk to youth, and we should include them. And this should be something normal. We even teach or add to trainings or whatever dialogues that gender budgeting is a part of gender mainstream, where it comes from, but what we are doing today. And European Women's Lobby has every year in August or September the Agora, the youth camp, and we will have, even like last year, gender budgeting as one issue. And I can tell you there's a history of EIGE, because EIGE has also been interested, first of all, in sex aggregated data, then on statistics on gender budgeting. They can use and ask, will you do more research on statistics? And FRA, the Fundamental Agency of Fundamental Rights of the EU, we can also ask. They do surveys. But EIGE then had a project on gender procurement, and this is something we can use. It's not implemented now in the EU, but we can use it in Berlin. We have it for private sector inclusion. Because procurement is, as you described, Diane, the investment money goes not only in the administration and to the government entities, it goes certainly to the private sector. And here you can use the procurement methodology EIGE has developed. And then a little bit to digitalization. It makes it visible, dashboards, you said, yes, some ministries have it already, but not all these gender budgeting results. But Oxfam had developed apps. And Elizabeth and I, when we were in Pakistan, we saw this app of Oxfam, who were spread, and small schoolboys and schoolgirls, parents, teachers had it on their mobile phone, and they can add information. Data was then created by AI. What was happening in the school? 2 less math books. Something like this. And all this kind of information can be put in as a participatory budget process and gender budget process by mobile on the app, and then the ministries can even work it out, or academy experts, researchers, and everybody can join. Even gender budgeting in Berlin, we have some parts of Berlin in districts, they had used it for some years as participatory budget. Because this makes citizens, men, women, young ones, elderly ones, very happy that they are asked, where is our tax money going to do what? And what will we have, what kind of results and what kind of measures, etc., etc. And then the last thing, I'm a bit concerned about UN Women being merged with UNFPI because you lose a little bit of the funds, and cutting funds analysis was done already by the UN Secretary General on the CSW report and before on PassBlue. See, we also have to do this analysis, not only what we do successfully or progressive and we plan, we also have to look if money is cut, what is the negative impact to make it very understandable. Oh, okay, we have to change, we have to reestablish the money. And it is maybe a criminal, or it is maybe a violation of human rights if you take away money from here and there. Maybe women, but also maybe UN women will be cut off money. And I think it doesn't happen.
Thank you very much for making sure to reflect both the digitalization and the historical angle. Jennifer, you also started with the role of memory in science and gender budgeting. Can you please elaborate a bit?
Yes, thank you for your comment, Diane. I think the interesting thing in my slides, what I showed is some text from original reports. And so I started doing my master's thesis on the Ministry of Women's Affairs. And so I have all the hard copies. And so then I process traced. So I was reading them on the floor of my study on research leave 3 years ago and found a reference to gender budgeting. And I'm like, I didn't know we had thought about gender budgeting. So then I went to the Ministry for Women and said, I know you guys at this period of time we're considering gender budgeting. Can you help me find the archives? And they're physically kept in a branch way outside of Wellington. And it used to be the case that as researchers, we could go in and look at their libraries, but now they have to get permission to be able to, and they go out and find the files, and they then digitize if they're not already digitized, and then redact as appropriate, and then send them to me. So now I have digital files. So there's sort of a role, I think, for academic researchers who are interested in this historical of doing this work, because busy public servants are not going to do that unless you have a good relationship and you're giving something back to them for free, which is what I do. So I don't get paid as a consultant for them. But the other thing then going to digitalization is, I think the really important thing we have to remember is about storage of the stories, because every time a government changes, they take things off the internet. They don't want us to remember. Well, maybe that's not why. Maybe it's not big enough to store them all. But there is an element of, unless it's protected by law, they don't have to leave stuff there, which is how I found that the CAB submission sign off on is there a gender impact of this initiative. It had been in the Cabinet Guidance Manual. There was a link. I clicked on the link and the link was dead. I rang the Cabinet Office and said, oh, the link's dead. I really want to see the form that you're using, The link disappeared. They just didn't ever put it back again. So unless we're actively kind of following and working out a way of storing this that is independent of government agencies, I don't know if national ministries of archives are doing this work. I don't know where it sits. At the moment, we are doing it inside our little public policy institute. We're trying to grow, in my slides, repositories. We're calling them digital repositories. So all the OECD reports on gender budgeting, all the stuff that we've managed to collect over time, we're trying to store for you guys so that we can have a place. But digitalization is really important, but we have to, and then the only other thing I would say, is the importance of oral histories. So for the deconstruction or the disbandment of our Māori Women's Policy Unit, which was like, an intersectional, self-determined moment. I think that this was by Māori, for Māori, within an agency. They had full independence over their policy agenda. Okay, Labour was in government, but those women aren't alive anymore. And we don't know their stories. And so we need to be doing some oral history work as well. So if any of you are supervising or know people who are supervising students who are looking for projects, these history projects, so that we can leverage that, right? When we're making arguments, especially if it's a centre-right government, and we can say, actually, you guys did this 20 years ago. So, look, I have evidence, and it's, in an annual report from 1965. I don't know, but, we just need to be thinking actively about remembering and storing. And because, I'll stop now. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Storytelling as a political tool, I think it's something that we really need to embrace, not only in the Maori context, but in all of our work. So seeing where we are with the time, I know that we need to close because there is not only Lina Galvez that is the champion of MEPs for all feminists, but there's also coffee break. So I would like to ask our speakers for one small, tiny, short intervention, knowing that in total we have 4 minutes. That means that you really have to be
2 minutes.
Okay, well, we started 2 minutes late and we're doing like the arm thingy, so we can be 2 minutes late with the coffee break. But my request for you is if you can have one thing that is your key takeaway also from these 2 days, and one thing that you would like maybe to leave with the audience for their trip back. We can start again. Marioni wanted to start, so maybe you can start and then we can just go randomly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, because I want to add something to your proposal about archives, digitalization. It is going lost, storage where? We can't trust all governments probably or other entities only. Maybe we go as our EGBN and other networks who are working on gender budgeting here, the Gender Budgeting Watchdog from UK and European Women's Lobby and other experts, we join in our next 10 years, 20 years to storage all this data we have. We collect other ones from history, her story, and then everything we do, everything we see, we create an own women's archive and library and research center for gender budgeting. Because we have a lot of international women archives and research center and libraries. Even we have just founded one by a student who is now in the Department of Education from Islamabad. He's now in Balochistan, and he has founded a women's library center. And this is a safe space for women. And when these data will be stored and safe for every time in the future when the right wing or other, I don't know, ideological governments will just finish and destroy everything. We have our own storage.
Thank you very much. Zefi, what are your concluding remarks for the day?
Few words. Equality without funding, measurement, accountability remains incomplete. And the real challenge for all of us, and not only for all of us here, is to move from the symbolic commitment to the measurable equality. I think this is something we need to have in our first thing when we talk about gender equality, budgeting, and equal opportunities for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mira?
What I would say is that gender responsive budgeting cannot be done overnight process. It requires time, it requires capacities, it requires investments. So each of us, if we think that we would be player of gender responsive budgeting, we need to think long term. And any intervention on GRB should be linked with gender outcomes. Otherwise, we will not achieve what we want to achieve.
And as Ermina said, just that it's not a technical issue. It's matter of justice and democracy. It's not just another tool, another law.
Thank you very much. Jennifer?
I just put a call out that these kinds of events really matter, and to think, we don't want to be as big as CSW because that's impossible to learn very much at all from each other. But don't forget the Global South when you're doing this work, and please don't forget the Global North that seems to be situated in the South, because we're very small, and these bilaterals and multilaterals, in this really kind, caring environment is important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being today here and to contributing to this interesting discussion. It was an honor to moderate interesting women with so much things to share. Thank you, really. And I also want to two concluding remarks for me. First of all, I think that when we speak about gender issues, when we speak about women, we really have to remember what's at the core of feminism, and this is the sisterhood. And I really want to use this opportunity to thank Elizabeth, to thank Anna, to thank Nicole, and to thank really Mary Pirgo for doing this massive amount of work so we can all have this really nice conversation all together, because this didn't happen like that. It happened because these women really worked very, very, very hard, and they were super convincing with a lot of people, so we can have our coffees together. So really, thank you very much. Now we are going for a break, and it has to be a quick break because in 10 minutes you need to be here. Fetch the speakers who are the most interesting for you and talk to them, and enjoy your life. Bye.
Welcome, Lina. Here's Elizabeth. Can you open your camera? Then we can spotlight you.
Here I am. It's okay? Can you hear me, Elizabeth?
Yes, we can hear you wonderfully. So we are
Okay, great.
spotlighting. Welcome. Hello.
Thank you.
Great.
Hello again.
So happy to see you. I'm just waiting 1 minute until everybody is back. We had a long 2-day discussion, very fruitful.
Great.
So, well, dear all, let us welcome Lina Galvez Munoz here. She is joining from the European Parliament in the middle of sessions, I know, but I'm very happy that you're with us now. And dear Lina, we had 2 days of very intensive, very focused discussions on the next multi-annual financial framework, having here in the hall online and participants and contributors with very intricate, very in-depth experience on all the different focus areas of the MFF. You have seen the program. And I cannot repeat it all, but I just want to underline that we have looked at what is the new approaches, what are the shortcomings, especially when it comes to integrating gender equality, care, a focus on, and making sure that money is there to deliver for these priorities. And we have seen the shortcomings in terms of lack of dedicated gender equality objectives, the lack of earmarked funding, the question of the performance regulation has been discussed with its horizontal approach, and the promise on gender equality as a horizontal principle, at the same time with a lack of dedicated and clear provisions both in the performance regulation and in the other regulations to deliver on gender equality results. So this is a bit the background where you now come in, and I'm very happy. And just let me say a few words. I think everybody knows you, but still, let me just introduce you. You are by training an economic historian, which is very relevant to these topics as well. You have been an academic professor of history and economic institutions, again, very, very interesting. And then also working as a minister for knowledge, research and universities in the region of Andalusia, and now as a member of parliament. And it has been said before in concluding the panel before, that you are our shining light in the European Parliament when it comes to look at like how can we join forces to promote gender equality, human rights, social justice, etc. So what we are really happy that you are here to talk about how we can go on the way forward to really make sure to make this next EU budget work for gender equality. And let me just give the word to you. Thank you very much for being here. Let's give Lina an applause.
So thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I cannot be there with you, but you know we have this plenary session. I mean, a plenary session here in Brussels, and tomorrow a Green Week is starting, so it was a very complicated moment. But but I'm here. I'm there with you because I'm here working for you and for all of us. So, in a way, I'm there because I have not stopped to working in order to improve obviously gender equality and also how we can better introduce gender budgeting in order we really manage to advance on gender mainstreaming, which is something we have not managed so far very well. So thank you very much to the European Gender Budgeting Network, the Gender Budget Watchdog Network, and the Fimonoi Foundation and the Cyprus Gender Budgeting Platform for this invitation. I mean, I probably would not be able to add many more things that what you have been already discussing, because you have been discussing how, as you were saying, Elizabeth, how this the proposal of MFF that in principle could look as, oh yeah, we have managed to include gender equality as a principle, and then we are going to really advance on gender equality and gender mainstreaming could not be the case, because at the same time we have been removed, or we have seen that specific objective has been removed. The other day, just to share with you, one of the rapporteurs of the FP10, so the new framework program for research and innovation. And as you know, in FP9 is probably the one of the main budget, one of the main programs in terms of budget at the European Union that has better incorporated agenda conditionality as a prerequisite in order to obtain or to participate in the program. So we presented, I think it was on Tuesday, the draft report, and we have the first discussion. And it was the Director General from the Commission there. And obviously, I insisted how important, and it will go in, at least for sure, in the Parliament position, because I'm there and it will go there, to maintain gender conditionality. But they say, no, should not go there because everything will go on the general regulation on the MFF. So this is very dangerous. I'm sure you have been discussing. So this is like the traditional discussion, the ones we have been in on feminist studies and feminist advocacy for years is, should we have a specific minister, specific policies on gender equality, or should we go for mainstreaming? And the good answer at the end is always both. Absolutely. It is true and that we have advanced more within the European Union, and at least at European level or communitary level, we have advanced, or union level, we have advanced more on specific policies, and we were very good last term with the gender-based violence directive, pay transparency directive, or women on board directive, name it. But gender mainstreaming, it is the great unfinished business we have in our policies. There are some directives that has no gender approach whatsoever. And even in Parliament, it's really very difficult sometimes to include this transversality and even with intersectionality as well. So I think the time really to make sure that the gender mainstreaming will be achieved, it is precisely now, if we manage to fully enshrine is that principles in multi-annual financial framework. In this context, is as I was, it is crucial that the new gender equality strategy is presented. It has the mainstreaming. But let me read you, and that I was looking for, what I wrote in an article, a kind of a year ago in Social Europe, under the title "Enhancing Gender Equality to Counter the Backlash." I was trying to show at that moment the main challenges for gender equality at the beginning of the launch of the European Commission, this new European, this College of Commissaires, this actual term. So I wrote, in this context, it is crucial that the new gender equality strategy, as Ursula von der Leyen has already announced, we will have it, is useful for advancing on gender mainstreaming. However, it must be backed by sufficient funding and include a task force for gender equality within all the Commission directorates, hiring a specialized staff, and being coordinated at the highest level. European universities, those in countries where gender studies have been unfortunately banned, like Hungary, continue to train equality experts, and these specialists should be intentionally integrated into the European Union administration. So budgeting, policy foresight, and gender-sensitive policy evaluations are and still are essential to challenge the tendency to mislabel male experience, opportunities, and perspectives are universal, what we call androcentric approach. In that sense, feminist knowledge, it is crucial and should be promoted. What I want to I mean, how many I already mentioned Horizon Europe, but even if gender mainstreaming also should adapt and be applied to all policies, because of time constraints, let me highlight 3 areas where I particularly urgent things that we should do it. One is health, one is transitions, especially regarding the digital one, and other one is foreign policy, our foreign action. Of course, obviously, the MFF as a general umbrella. So, regarding the transitions, unless we manage in the green and digital, we manage to include a clear gender mainstreaming. That could happen as it happens, for instance, with Next Generation EU funds. There was a huge amount of funds that went to national, to member states, to national governments, and thanks to those programs, we were able to go out from COVID crisis and so on and so forth. However, we have some numbers regarding the impact of those Next Generation EU funds on, for instance, labor. And what we've got is that in some countries, the employment created was even 90% male employment, because most of the money that countries could spend in their national plans was linked either to green transition or to digital transition. There was more or less not half of the whole, but half of the whole, more or less half of the funds were kind of directed toward those sectors. And obviously, we know that in those sectors, there are mainly men working on those sectors, studying things regarding many of those sectors, especially energy transition. And at the end, our common public money we are contributing to with our taxes, and we will be paying back with the indebtedness that this fund was linked to, this common debt, was not creating female jobs. So now the new proposal of the MFF, they have kind of 3 main pillars, and the first pillar is very much a renationalization of funds, so a kind of national envelopes. That means that at the end, it will be much more a will or not from member states to do it, to make their expenditure with more or less a gender approach. For instance, my own country in Next Generation EU, Spain, include as a main, not only as a principle, equality, and also established a program on care economy. And like this, the impact on employment by gender was much better than in other countries, but because it was a government that wanted that to be the outcome. But this is something, it is not only the problem, it is not only on taking out objectives and only putting this gender budgeting or gender mainstreaming through the tracking methodology. Is also that through the process of first nationalization of the of funds, it is not sort of European principles will be weakened regarding what different member states decided. And another thing it is included in the budget as well that worries me in that context is flexibility, because obviously flexibility is always good, but we know that there are a lot of pressures, especially regarding also security and defense, where we are not again on labor markets, on business, or in decision making, and that could also put pressure on other type of expenditure. So this is essential. We were saying we really include this gender perspective on spending money, also on making this transition, especially the digital transition, a more egalitarian one. Because unless we do that, the future that we are building now, or some people or some business or some interests are building up now, which is this digital future, will be again androcentric, will not take us into consideration, not as workers, not as designers of this new world. So that is something that really worries me a lot. So I'm talking too much. So let me go back to the main topic with it, which is the MFF. I think we have good news from the recent gender equality strategy 2026-2030, as I was saying before, as the roadmap principle 8 is institutional mechanism that deliver on gender equality. And the strategy settle down actions to advance gender equality can only be effective if supported by institutions and processes that promote gender equality and the mainstreaming of gender equality perspective across all policy areas. In fact, for that, the AGE, as you probably know, will launch the Gender Mainstreaming Help Desk in 2026 to further support gender mainstreaming at member state level. It is foreseen that also the Commission will support member states' authorities to build capacity and develop guidelines on gender mainstreaming, including gender budgeting. So this is, in theory, this is fine, and this is something that really we need to do, and that with the aim of to promote gender mainstreaming across the European Union policies, the Commission will further build on progress made by the Task Force on Equality with a network of equality coordinators in all Directorate Generals and services and the European external actions. And equality contact points should be appointed in all cabinets. However, it also says in the regarding the MFF that it is a key opportunity to strengthen gender mainstreaming, and they are telling us how important it is, the approach they are taking, that it is more transversal, and also that technical guidance on the tracking methodology will be also included on the European semester, and so on, and so forth. But as you have been probably discussing, as we hear the other day, this is not enough, and this can be worrying if we are taking out the objective. So, as you know, I don't know if you know, but probably you should know. In the FAM committee, we achieved. We did a FAM opinion regarding the MFF interim opinion that I was the rapporteur as a FAM chair, and let me share with you some agreements we have, and let me highlight that, because now it is really very difficult to find agreements. Now it is even very difficult to have a minimum or enough consensus on certain terminology. So feminist, we cannot do anything out from, not only from parliament, but even from the FAM committee. We cannot approve anything that has the word feminism or feminist or whatever. There is not enough consensus for that. Even the word social is disappearing on many aspects. And the other day, they kind of obliged me to take out labor as labor market or labor economics. I don't know, because they don't like the word labor. So that is the moment we are. But never mind. Let me be positive, and let me share with you at least what there is an agreement for from the FAM committee, and different things that will be taken into account in the batch interim report. I'm also working very hard in my own party to have the rapporteur of the MFF interim report to include everything we are trying to include from the FAM committee, but also from this idea we have been discussing the other day, and I'm sure you have been discussing here, that how important it is also to have a specific target, how important is to bring back gender budgeting in specific programs. So what we agree in this FAM opinion to the interim report on the MFF. So the main priority is applying the mainstreaming to ensure that gender equality is fully integrated in the incoming MFF, with a target approach that integrates programs. So here we put that projects and funds to reduce current gender inequalities following international standards such as the OECD Toolkit for Mainstreaming and Implementing Gender Equality 2018. In addition, we have to ensure that the post-2027 MFF does not lead to backtracking on the progress made. Welcome that gender equality is introduced as a horizontal objective, but regrets that there is a lack of a specific gender mainstreaming requirements with quantifiable targets and objectives within the program regulation, as was the case for the 2021-2027 MFF. Therefore, risking that gender mainstreaming in the budget will be reduced and undermining the current program-specific gender mainstreaming practices. Second, appropriate gender mainstreaming methodology needs to ensure that gender equality is promoted throughout the preparation, implementation, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of programs and activities. Reiterates the need to further develop the European Union Commission gender tracking methodology. We should not just identify actions with a gender impact in some European Union programs, but also track the overall funding volume dedicated to gender equality in the European Union budget. Call on the Commission to introduce specific and quantifiable financial goals contributing to gender equality across the specific programs. call for the inclusion of the do not significant harm approach as well in relation to gender equality. Third, urge the Daphne program continue to benefit. I will start to reduce, otherwise we will not finish. Call on the commissions to include My Voice, My Choice, a European initiative, a citizens' initiative proposal. Reiterates the need for further development of European Union Commission gender tracking methodology. I already said, call the systemic collection, reporting, evaluation of comparable gender segregated data, urges to the commitment to gender mainstreaming and its effective monitoring during the MFF midterm revision, and so and so forth. Let me mention something before I conclude and I finish. I'm also the rapporteur of the tracking methodology in FAN committee. I was the rapporteur of the opinion for the midterm, but that I did it as a chair. So with a more institutional scope, but the tracking methodology I'm doing as S&D member of Parliament. And what we have now on the table, we are preparing the draft. So wherever obviously input you want me to put on this draft will be much more than welcome, because we are on the same page, not because anything else. So we have on the table what the Court of Auditors have her own opinion in 2026, which is very clear in some points, and I think it is worthy to highlight. So the editor stated that while the proposed performance framework creates the conditions for improving performance reporting and the integration of European Union horizontal priorities, several design weaknesses will make it difficult to assess that performance. In particular, a quarter of the intervention fields lack result indicators, and the proposal contains no impact indicators, thereby complicated evaluations. That means that the proposed framework is measuring progress implementation rather than whether European Union objectives had been achieved. And there is also no clear link between funding and results, and no provision about collecting information on public expenditure for intervention supporting by the European Union budget. With these inputs and all that you could send to us, and well, we discussed the other day in the session we have at the FAM committee, we can say that as it is now, the proposal is likely to reach activities probably, or we risk that we will not be reaching activities that promote gender equality. So we will propose and we will fight strongly that the specific objectives are also very clear within the programs. Of course, we propose the introduction of the do not harm to gender equality, like principle Article 5 already anchored in the performance framework regulation, ensuring not only with the tracking methodology is like an ex post evaluation, but ensuring increased ex ante control of European Union spending as pertains to gender equality. We would like to introduce also the objective for the Commission to reduce the amount spent by the European Union budget with no impact on gender equality. So the zero score program. This is, I mean, everything has a gender equality impact. So we really need we want to challenge that. And for this purpose, we also need to ensure that measurement indicators are sufficiently good. So sufficiently disaggregating to start with, sufficiently good to allow for meaningful tracking of gender equality. In the same line, the proposal lacks of minimum set of actions that could be considered supporting gender equality, and they are needed. There are a couple of issues in which we are also thinking about. One, but this, I mean, we are just now in the moment of building all that. One is the idea of deleting Annex 4, which sets out the programs that aim to support gender equality, because unnecessarily limits the scope of gender tracking. But it is something probably I would like to hear more for you about that one. And the last one is the possibility to establish gender equality investments with number or percentage as the environmental or social areas have already. That I know is going to be difficult, because what we have now in Parliament, it is a clear, well, we have everywhere, but also in Parliament, a clear gender backlash, and even a question of the very same idea of equality. So now there are families, political families, asking for the right of women to stay at home. Who is forcing us to be in labor market? No one, but they are asking for the right of women to stay at home. So what they will never support any target or for improving female employment numbers, because they want us to be back home, because they want us to have babies in order they can stop migration. So this is a machista and especially xenophobic proposal, but this is what is going on now in Parliament. So to include this gender equality investments at the same level of social or environmental targets or percentage is going to be really difficult. In fact, I probably environmental and social will suffer sooner or later as well. Well, as I said before, the Parliament and the Farm Committee, I would say that will monitor progress toward the objectives and the mid-term review of the MFF to ensure compliance. Always it has to be that way. We really need to include this gender budgeting and mainstreaming. But this moment, it is especially important to ensure gender equality principle is well included in MFF, because gender backlash is a reality, not in narratives. It is a reality. Each day we negotiate even a sentence, we negotiate an article of so we really need to build up the best, the strongest, and the most resilient gender equality and gender budgeting architecture within the European Union, because things are changing quite fast. I was in a conference before saying, well, maybe it's a kind of an arc. We are kind of going a bit back, because we are going far away later on. I hope that will be the case. But what I really know is that we have to work in the best scientific, policy-oriented way, looking for advancing in a principle that it is enshrined in our treaties, so that it is profoundly linked to our main and fundamental values. As I say, we really need to make that possible. And I think one of the main tools we have to do it is budget. It was the other day in the, I don't know, Elizabeth and others, probably you were listening. If you listen, some members of the committee saying, well, I don't know what we are doing that, because budget should not be political. Oh my goodness, budget is the most political tool we have, because it really make possible our political preferences and the goals we want to achieve. So with this spirit of combat, I finish here, and if you have any questions, sorry if it was not very well organized, the talk, but it is like the fourth one I do in a different topic today, and it has been a very hard week. So at that moment, I am really, really at the end of my energy, of my battery is really very low now. So I stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear the applause. That's one thing, charging. You do not hear?
I hear you, and I've seen some
but I can tell you there was a strong applause for you. That's one part of one way of transmitting energy. Let me assure you, the other way is that here in the room over these 2 days, there has been a lot of commitment and energy to make things in the next MFF better and contribute to your work. And I know your tiring work. So what you say is sometimes tiring work, sometimes inspiring work. So what you say is the time is now, which we are very aware of. And also one piece on the way forward is also that inputs are welcome to you. So thank you for being ready to take a few questions and comments. So I please, Nicole, you start being brief using the microphone. And Lina, you tell us if you don't hear it.
Hello? Yes? Okay, first, thank you so much for giving your time and for being our ally and fighting the good fight there. We appreciate so much what you do and are sending all of our feminist energies to support you to continue the fight. 3 very quick things. First, I'm Nicole Farnsworth from the Kosovo Women's Network, working in the Western Balkans, also together with the Gender Budget Watchdog Network. And we've been monitoring financing and expenditures, or trying to do so from a gender perspective. You may be familiar that in external financing, there's a system called OPSIS. And in this OPSIS system, we, the beneficiaries, have to input our outcomes, our budgets, our outputs. We have been advocating for the Commission to expand this digitalized system in the spirit of digitalization so that it could better track the amount of funding being put towards each impact and outcome. My question is, could there be an opportunity in terms of tracking to expand this also internally within the EU so that those receiving EU funds would be required, the beneficiaries, not creating administrative burden for the EU, but the beneficiaries to report on their impacts from the funds that they receive. So that's one idea and question that we have. And the second, being from civil society and seeing reductions, not just from the US, but from Sweden and many other EU member states, we hope that you can continue to be our voice to earmark financing for women's rights groups so that we can continue to monitor reforms and hold our governments accountable. And third, with all of the focus on security, we hope that you can also be our voice in terms of women, peace, and security agenda and how the security financing is ensuring that there is support for women rights activists and women on the ground. We had our Ukrainian colleagues speaking this morning, and it's so important to get support to them. I know these are a lot of asks, so I want to end with an offer. We're here for you. We send you feminist energy, and if there's anything that we can do to support your work, please call on us because we're here to back you up. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I will be collecting the questions. Yes, Marion, do I see any?
Yes, thank you, Lina Calves. We like to even spread our information. For example, the conference here can be in recording, and maybe you can share it with your colleagues in the FEM committee and others. And then my question is, how can you organize maybe dialogues with our networks to receive our suggestions, recommendations, questions maybe, but also our plans for a better MFF, including gender budgeting in the future?
Thank you, please.
Hi, Lina. Thank you so much for all your engagement and work on this agenda. I just wanted to really appreciate what you're doing. My name is Aline. I work for ODI Europe. We are a think tank. So I understand that you must be very tired. My question would be like, what kind of evidence you think we should be working on to raise at this point to support your work? But you can, of course, take the offer that we are happy and ready to support with this kind of evidence research. There's a lot of expertise and knowledge in this room. Now I just wanted to say that we are indeed here for you to support your work and to put this offer on the table, that do let us know when you need case studies, evidence, experience, and we will be very happy to support you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I do not see any other hands, so I just want to echo this offer from the floor. We are ready to support, we are ready to engage in this phase of the negotiations. So it really would be very helpful to us planning to do so. What is most helpful to you at this point? And of course, you talk about the dire situation, but every situation is changeable. So we shall work to make the conditions, better conditions for having an EU budget work for gender equality and what matters to people. So please, Lina.
Thank you, Elizabeth, Nicole, Marion, Alice, and to all of you there and online. I agree. I really appreciate your offer supporting me, but I think we are supporting all of us to each other, because I think we are moved by the same goal, is like to have a fair and equal society, and use the budget and as a way to gender mainstreaming, as a way to really to make the best possible from public policies and regulation in order and budget in order to transform our societies for a better place. So thank you, really thank you very much. And this is a moment we can't obviously organize a meeting, an online meeting, in order just to see in more detail the articles and to discuss what is best to include in our report, in order we can have the best possible report. And then I will obviously benefit a lot of data or a specific case study articles, because the one thing is the report, and another thing will be to convince first to negotiate with other shadow rapporteurs, the shadow rapporteurs from the different political groups of the report I will draft. That will be one fight. Then another fight, that this opinion will be taken into consideration by the Batch colleagues. So that it is probably, it will be one of the most difficult battles to fight in the Batch committee. And then another fight I have to fight, but this one I'm going quite okay. It is on my own political group, and to also to provide information to my colleagues that are sensible with that matter. There are some of them that are very good and very sensible. Alessandra Gies, for instance, in the Greens, to do the same in their different political families, because if we done already that job within our different political families, then at the end we will have. So it is a fight in different spaces and in different moments, but starting especially now. And the first thing to get right, it is to do the best possible draft. So for that, if we can have, I really appreciate it. and also some DAOs we can chair. I think it will be Christina, my assistant, assisting me with this file. Probably she's around, so she'll be also delighted to meet as well, and to have all of your inputs. So on the first issue Nicole was raising, using this digitalized system to better tracking, I think it is a good idea. However, anything that it is seen as administrative burden will be, even if it is not, it will be kind of put off, because simplification is a big mantra now. So yes, I will be very open to discuss and to propose this, because I think it is a good idea. But we really need to work well. On the reduction of funds, yeah, well, you are absolutely right. It is not only US. US is dramatic. There is not only US. There are many countries, and also even the external approach from the European Commission and the European External Action, not the European Commission. European External Action and Service is becoming more transactional than in previous terms. So this is something that is the reality, that is as it is, unfortunately, and we have to deal with. And there is an additional problem there, that now there are a lot of, well, there is a criminalization of NGOs in general, especially women and female NGOs, but NGOs in general. So there is political families that are behind a clear reduction of financing NGOs. Since they are not achieving that huge reduction, kind of a reduction, yes, but not a huge reduction, what they are doing is using that money for other purposes. I mean, there are an increasing evidence showing that the gender or money for feminist gender equality or women NGOs are going now to, for instance, groups that are against sexual and reproductive health rights. So towards ultra groups against gender equality and women's rights, financed by those funds. So this is something very perverse, but this is happening in some member states, because at the end, that is the vehicle. So why I was saying before, whatever it is, nationalization of funds, it is not precisely the best for what we are talking about. Regarding women on peace and security agenda, of course, this is something we are trying to push very much. And indeed, so we, each 9th of March, we have an interparliamentary meeting in the FAN committee. So we invite members of national parliaments, candidate countries as well, to join us in a FAN committee. And it is very interesting, because it's also where national parliaments or parliamentarians or from different chambers meet European parliamentarians on gender issues and women's rights. So this time was my second interparliamentary meeting as chair, and it was on digital violence. But last year, my first parliamentary meeting, interparliamentary meeting as chair, was Women on Peace and Security, mainstreaming on on peace and security and defense policy. When we proposed that topic, people were saying, but you are completely crazy. And then as everything is happening, and it was happening already a year ago, it was a complete success. So there is a lot of interest, and there is a lot to say on this agenda. So yes, this is a priority. However, as I was saying before, consensus are very difficult to find now. To Marion and to Alice, I have already answered at the very beginning. And I would like to add one thing. This is whatever we build, we have to build right, because it is very fragile. I'd like to share with you probably if the ones Elizabeth, I remember her for a long time ago. But Andalusia was very ahead on gender budgeting. It developed its own methodology, the J plus methodology, and we have a specific department for that. It was the whole administration. Andalusia has 9 million people, and it was the whole administration was involved in that process of gender budgeting, just rethinking how their area of responsibility could be improved in order to transform our society, to improve gender budgeting. When the financial crisis arrived and the debt crisis arrived, that in Spain was really, really terrible, because the fiscal adjustment were not done as a central level, were done on a regional level, where all the welfare state is placed: health, education, dependency, long-term care, and so on and so forth. And it was really, really, really terrible. All Spanish regional governments cut on equality policies and cut in places having a huge impact on equality. The only one not doing that was the government of Andalusia. And it was partially because of the, obviously, who were in government, my own party, by the way, Socialist Party, but never mind. So that it was, but also because we have data, because of gender budgeting exercises, we have data. We know, we have done the reflection, the impact of the different budgetary programs and of the budget in general had actually, or could have potentially had on gender equality. And it was the only one that did not reduce the budget because of that. This is not anymore in place. This is not anymore working. 2018, there was a change in government. During 4 years, they maintaining, not more or less, because they were in coalition with other parties and so on and so forth. This is an EPP government now. And last year, a year and a half ago, they have canceled. They are not doing any more that exercise, even if it's in the law, because of simplification. So the same reason it is behind the proposal of taking out gender conditionality from the Horizon Europe program, because of simplification. So we are now fighting gender backlash. We are fighting now this idea of going beyond specific objectives through this tracking methodology and changing from objective to a principle and so on and so forth. So good will, but without building up in what has been achieved and what has been done so far. And in addition, we have this simplification danger that could really affect very much the advances or of including gender mainstreaming and and gender budgeting in the specific programs with a specific objective. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lina. And actually, it's a pity that you didn't have time amidst all your work to attend a bit of the conference, because we just had the panel before you were speaking, talking about experience from New Zealand, from Greece, and also mentioning Australia. And just on a positive note for you, a main theme was that it comes in waves. So when you are talking now about the downturn, what we do see is that like engaged work and history changes. So, and there will be, and governments change, and there will be upturns again, as we see from a historical perspective. And the other thing is that was mentioned very much in this last panel was the historical knowledge being kept and stored. And we all have from Andalusia this great knowledge in terms of the informe de presupuesto de género over decade, no, or more. And it's very wonderful and important like input. So just to put this in perspective and to conclude, sorry, but we are at the end of our conference. And just to conclude this conversation, let me just inform you about a few things that we will be doing and hope will help you. First of all, we hear well concrete amendments to legislative texts. We will, this is an invitation to all of us. Secondly, as an output of the conference, the organizing like networks published today, the Nicosia Declaration, invest in what matters for people, putting gender equality, women's rights, care, and social priorities at the core of the next multi-annual financial framework. And together with this, we are launching a petition today. So here the aim is to build support from people throughout Europe for like your work in institutions. So this is ongoing. And also just to inform you, yesterday we had a beautiful reception by the mayor of Nicosia. And he was talking about how the networks of mayors is, of course, also working on making the MFF a better like instrument. And what we realized is among their goals and our goals, there's a lot of overlap, especially when it comes to like gender equality is also making people's lives at the local level a better one. So we are thinking of exploring. And lastly, this is just an idea, but we have been talking on corridors about that in 2001, there was this great gender budgeting conference in Brussels, organized by UN Women with the support of the then Belgian presidency, OECD, and it really was a landmark. So we were thinking about possibly bringing an anniversary conference on gender budgeting to Brussels in fall. And actually, to be honest, when we talk now, maybe the European Parliament or FAM committee could be co-hosting it. So just ideas, and we will get in touch with you. Also, again, on like updates on gender budgeting, but now focusing on the European budget. And by the way, institutions present and having been participating in panels have nicely indicated their interest in joining forces. So this would be just to show we are here and we have proposals and there is a way forward. That's what's going on now. Well, this leaves me with just expressing my gratitude and thank you for being here in spite of these long working days, and we continue cooperation. So all the best. We are going to have now a very brief concluding session. Lina, all the best to you. We didn't have the opportunity to applaud you, possibly. She still hears, but thank you very much, Lina, for this input. So I'm very well aware that we are a little bit over time. Apologies, but I didn't want to cut this important input. So now we have a few minutes for the final session. So I ask Mary and Nicole to the podium. What we are going to do now is Nicole will be presenting this plan of the petition that we are launching, and I will say a few words on the Nicosia Declaration that I mentioned now. And if you allow me, I start right away. I already mentioned the title of the declaration. The intention is building on the great and fruitful discussions of the conference. And it is specifically conference organizing organizations. So that's the European Gender Budgeting Network, the Gender Budget Watchdog, the Cyprus Gender Budget Network, in cooperation with European Women's Lobby. We want to put forward this Nicosia Declaration. Why do I say it like that? Because we are not expecting that anybody, any institution or person signs this, because this would be a too complicated process. We still want to have the key elements put forward, and we will communicate that with the institutions, especially the co-legislators. So Nicole is putting it up. I'm going right away to the key demands, because the issues and the challenges, which are the first part of the institution, we all know it very well and have heard it well. So the way forward is two calls. One call is on EU institution to address the shortcomings and strengthen the next MFF with like 7 key demands. One is prioritize and earmark for funding for gender equality, women's rights, care, social priorities, and human security. This has been repeatedly demanded during our conference, so very important. And this includes including explicit gender equality objectives in all the funding regulations. And as in the discussion with Lena, we can follow up with very concrete amendments to make this happen. Again, echo, it has been said repeatedly, establish spending targets for gender equality, including in external action, maintaining at least the current targets as funding targets, create a comprehensive gender mainstreaming throughout the MFF, which must cover all stages of the budgetary process. And it has been very promising that there is an agreement, as Lena had told us, on this side. Strengthen monitoring of gender equality results, as we have talked about, and improve this tracking, and ensure full compliance with the EU treaty obligations, which is actually that the EU shall work towards promoting gender equality, promoting equality between women and men in all its activities, and not anything limited. There's a clear treaty obligation for all EU institutions. And lastly, to embed gender equality as a mandatory element in national and regional partnership plans. And based on this, we have a call to people, to all people living in Europe. Please, Nicole.
Yes. So, there is now, together with the declaration, a petition that's been launched online. For those of you online, you already have access to it. For everyone else, we will be distributing it via email as well. It's on also the same page as the web page for this conference that's being hosted currently by the Gender Budget Watchdog Network. There's a very short petition, which I will not read because it re-emphasizes the points that Elizabeth has just told you. We just tried to shorten it and simplify it for a general audience to make it hopefully easier for people to sign. And our idea and hope is that people will sign it. They can sign as individuals or as organizations. This opens it up for everyone to sign. Yes, I see excitement from the back. So please, what our first ask and hope together from this conference would be if you can please share this petition through all of your organizations, your networks, your families, your friends. Please note it is not a European only. We've talked about it, Western Balkans, the rest of the world, global Europe. Everyone will be affected by this. So please spread it broadly through all of your networks and organizations. We will leave it open for several months. So there's plenty of time to share and reshare. And for the resharing, some of you already I talked to you, some of you not, but we want to do a kind of social media campaign that is fun and interesting and simple. So we want to link it to what the EU had last year up across the parliament, invest in what matters. You might have recalled this. It was big and blue around the parliament. So we want to use their words and say, invest in what matters, as is in the declaration, people. So our idea is to create short videos, 30 seconds max probably. Any of you who are willing to do it today or tomorrow, please let me know. I will do it on my phone. If you want to send it in later, fine. The only thing is to think of one or two things that you want the EU to invest in that we can say in a simple way. So invest in care, invest in what matters, invest in people, invest in transport to rural areas, invest in people, you get the point. So just a short clip, and we're going to use those and circulate them on our social medias, tagging each other so that we can get broader reach and we can actually explain what gender budgeting means in a very simple and tangible way to diverse audiences. So the third thing you can do is share those social media posts. And the last thing, if you can, consider lobbying your governments. This is a moment now where we need to start advocating to governments as well, sharing our declaration with them, asking for their support. And for any of you who are joining us tomorrow morning, we welcome you. We're going to talk about next steps, advocacy strategies, and how we can build on this further. So for that, I hand it to Mary because I don't even know where we're meeting tomorrow.
Okay, it has been a long day. All nice things come to an end. And it was a pleasure having you here in Cyprus. It was a very interesting, a very informing conference. And we are really very proud here in Cyprus that we held this important meeting here. There are a lot of things to be done. And thank you all for your contribution, because your contribution gave all this information that is included in this declaration and the campaign that we are going to start after this. There is a lot of work to be done. I can say this is only the beginning, actually. So we all need to get together. We all need to work together in order to change things. Things are not easy. As you see, they go up and down. So we must put a very stable basis so that changes cannot be so terrible, as it happened in Andalusia, as we have heard, where they were all so well forward, and suddenly the situation has changed. So we really have to keep going and keep pushing. And I think the role of the civil society is very important in checking the governments and the parliaments that they do the right thing. So I thank you all, and I hope you have a nice trip home for those who are going home. And the rest of us, we are going to keep working tomorrow to put things together and prepare more information to send to you. Thank you all. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here, although some of you thought that there is a danger in Cyprus, and but we and your presence here showed that we women can take can take chances and overcome challenges. So thank you again. Thank you, Elizabeth. And I want to again. I have to say I want to thank Elizabeth, Nicole, Marion, and Diana, Anna, all of you. I just have to tell all the names. Samar. No, I can't remember all the names, but really, you all,
Maya, Maria,
Maya, Mary Collins, all of you. So I really thank you all, and we'll keep meeting together, and we'll keep working together for improving the situation. Thank you.
Can you give information where we meet tonight?
Hmm?
Tonight's
Yes,
meeting
okay.
and tomorrow's meeting.
Yes, tonight we are going to those who got the tickets. We have to go to Rusha's tavern. You have to take a taxi to go there. So I think I wrote the address in the information that I gave you. So we are going to meet there at 8:15. And so that you will try some Cypriot meze. Tomorrow,
8:15.
8:15.
It's earlier.
Do you want to go earlier?
It's earlier.
Was it 7?
No,
Seven
you
in
can.
the
Nobody serves 7. Inside 7 is very early for Cyprus. But we'll see whether we can make it a little earlier. What time? Maybe 8?
7:30 maybe?
Well, you are not going to find any food there. 7:30.
What's the earliest?
8 o'clock.
Sorry, can you don't make it too late. Lots of us are very tired and we want to go to bed not too late.
Okay,
So-
we'll see you. And Miranda, is Miranda here?
Yes, I'm here, Mrs. Mary. I just talked to some of the ladies, and they wanted to do some sightseeing in between. Plus 7 o'clock is really not a Cyprus opening time for restaurants. So the earliest we can do is 8 o'clock. But I said 8:15 to 8:30 because some of the ladies wished to go and have to do some sightseeing in between. That is the reason.
But if it's Metse, the ladies who want to do sightseeing could come later and join us.
8 o'clock.
Yeah?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. And how long would it take to travel from the hotel in a taxi to the restaurant? Any idea?
May I suggest that if all of you have WhatsApp, I don't know, I think that's the easiest. No? Okay, just note down my telephone number, because I think that's the easiest way if you want to ask where to meet, how to go there, how much it will cost.
We wrote that.
Okay.
And tomorrow, remember that we are going to, our meeting is in Kamandis. I gave the address. Tomorrow, those who are going to attend the tomorrow meeting, it will be at Akamandis. It's near Paphos Gate. I don't know if I wrote the address, Egypt Street, and we're going to meet there at 9:30.
At 9 o'clock, from 9 to 12 is in the program.
So we're going to meet 9. I thought we would do it a little later so that I give you some time to. You don't want to?
It's in the program
Okay,
at 9.
okay.
So I
9
think we
o'clock.
should keep
Okay.
it now.
9 o'clock.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody is welcome to join tomorrow. We will join forces on the advocacy strategy ahead to make this budget work for people. So thank you very much.
Thank you again.
See you tonight, and thank you for this great energy and joint efforts in our space here. Thank you, Mary.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth, as well.
Yes. Yes. The image of the conference. When you here you are. Great. We are trying to put on the, oh, we forgot. Thank you officially. I'm very, very sorry.
It's okay.
It's because you have been great.